I forgot to add us to the stream while the intro was playing. One of these days we're going to nail it, and it's all going to be seamless.
We're going to get that down, you know.
I had it right on time. I hit the go live button because I knew it took a few seconds, and that's a 1 minute intro. So at 14 after, or right before 14 after, like I gave it a few seconds because when you hit go live on StreamYard, you have to wait a few seconds, and then it says you're live, right? And as soon as it popped up live, I hit the thing and I was like, all right, we got this whooped. And I forgot to go down and click add to stream while it was playing because it'll put us up there and then we're muted, you know. And so then we can sit here and talk or whatever while it's playing. But hey, poor boys, how's it going?
Well, it is Saturday night and we are live.
We are live. And
welcome everybody.
So point number one tonight, you can't drink.
I'm not going to drink tonight because I'm on call.
Right. So he has his on-call phone plugged in right over here. If it goes off, we'll hear it, and I will effortlessly slide to the middle if that occurs. He's drinking
what I'm drinking.
Yep. Vanilla. No. I started to say vanilla ice. It's a lemonade ice.
Lemonade ice. Yeah.
vanilla ice. That's what it is. So don't want to drink that vanilla ice.
Yeah.
So tonight, since we can't do the pours and we can't get into the different flavors, we're just going to talk about how bourbon's made and what different factors can impact it.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, John Ross.
Hey, John Ross. So basically, starting off, before you even create a mash, right? You need a still because in order to produce alcohol, you need a still. And basically there's two different types of stills, and there's hybrid models and all that. We won't talk about those, but because the two main ones is there's a pot still, which was before 1830 something, when some dude by the last name of Coffee patented a column still. And people call it a coffee still, but that has nothing to do with coffee at all. It's just the guy's last name. Right. There's nothing there. They never, I've heard people say, oh yeah, they used to brew coffee through those things. No, it's the guy's last name, you know. But the huge difference for production between a pot still and a column still is a pot still has to be made in batches. So it's one batch at a time. And with those types of distilleries, as they increase production, they just duplicate their pot stills and just add more to it. So they just get more warehouse space and they'll have a lot more stills going at the same time.
So they're still drinking it and not smoking it.
Yeah, on the pot. This is the pot still. Okay, cool. Still. Yeah, pot still. Mr. Fulton Mraz, how's it going? So I mean, there's even talk about, like, there was one distillery, and when I say distillery, I don't mean just bourbon. Like, there was one that made scotch, and they had a pot still, and they added all these pot stills. Well, one of their pot still, their original one, had a dent in it. Just, I don't know, somebody backed into it with a forklift or whatever happened, you know, and dented it. And they were so hung up on the flavor that thing produced that they would buy brand new, have one duplicated, and they would dent it the same. All of the warehouse is full of dented pot stills.
Wow.
Because they try to replicate that dent in it because they think that's going to change the flavor.
You do what you got to do, huh?
Hey, I mean, I would like to taste test one side by side. Like, don't dent that one. Let's see what happens, But I think it's sort of a thing for them now, But now the biggest thing on a column still, you can have continuous production of alcohol through there. You never have to stop. It goes. It's beer at the bottom and white dog mash at the top of it, coming out. Now, it does have copper components to it, and because you have to get the sulfur out of the mix, right? And so it has to have a section of copper because I've heard people say, "Oh, I don't like pot stilled bourbons or whiskeys and stuff because I just don't like that copper flavor in it." Well, there's no copper flavor. But you do have to have copper, even in a column still. So there is arguably differences in the flavor profile, but I like a lot of bourbons because most bourbons on huge production are column still, because either that or, old school distilleries may still use pot stills and stuff like that. I know Willett uses they have a pot still bourbon.
So in the pot still, how do they get the color?
Oh no, it still goes into the barrel.
It still goes into the barrel.
This is just making white dog.
Oh, okay, cool.
Right. So whichever still you've chosen, now you have to worry about your grain, right? You have to make the beer to make the bourbon, right? So bourbon has to be 51% or more corn. It could be 100%. It could be 65%, whatever, right? So now you get your corn. Now, where are you getting your corn from? Are you getting it from Nebraska? Are you getting it from what variation of corn are you using? Now, there's brewers' grains. There's different grains they grow specifically for brewing, and so when you're looking at the grain, it's like what soil, what herbicides was it? Monsanto grown? Was it all of this stuff? Where are you getting it from? And this has nothing to do with whether you agree or don't agree with Monsanto or whatever. I'm just saying the flavor profiles of these grains can be different.
So did they use organic corn?
No.
Well,
they give farm grown corn. I'm sure they use pesticides all over it because, bugs will eat corn up and so will raccoons. We found that out. We grew our own corn, but we grew that bread and butter sweet corn to eat. Oh, excuse me, man. I was swigging on a green tea drink right before this. We grew corn and we would use it in like crawfish bowls, cut it into little chunks and all that. And we ate a lot of corn. But
so that would change the flavor though if they used organic, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, organic just means they didn't use
any pesticides
and stuff like that. I don't really think. I mean, growing up, cheers, Be More Bourbon. Growing up, we used to put 7 dust on stuff, and everything to keep, because the stink bugs and the grasshoppers and everything would eat all your stuff, And what it is, the bugs, they typically will eat the flowering part before it fruits. It makes a vegetable on it, and so if they go through and nibble those off, you're not going to get a yield, out of your stuff.
Right,
so yeah, we would try to sprinkle them and the food was fresh. It was homegrown. We kept it watered well. We grew good stuff.
Might be a chance you get a couple bugs in your bourbon.
Yeah, but no, I've never grown brewers' grains or anything like that. And typically, that's a big farm production, whole field, because man, you know how much wheat it takes to,
Lots,
gosh,
acres.
Yeah, and I do know that the yield over the years has gotten better and better and better. And that was one thing per square foot or square yard or however you want to measure, and really what they're going to do is per acre, on a farm. That's how they'll measure it. But they've worked hard over the past, 100 years to get more and more and more yield out of a smaller and smaller space and area. And, does that impact the flavor? I don't know. I don't know.
Probably doesn't too much.
No, it probably doesn't. All it is, and people talk about, oh, I don't like modified foods. Well, hell, we've been genetically modifying stuff, because if you look at the original strawberry, You wouldn't have a strawberry today if we didn't genetically modify uh, fruits and vegetables. You wouldn't have any of these apples you have. The crap that was growing wild, I mean, they took it and humans took it and way back. I'm talking way in history, before we had science labs and all that stuff, and they would put things together so they would cross pollinate and come up with a new seed out of it, And that was just like when you put peppers side by side growing. If you put a ghost pepper beside a jalapeno, you're going to get some of the hottest freaking jalapenos you've ever had in your life, but that ghost pepper is not going to be near the Scoville scale of because they will try to modify each other to it'll bring one heat up and the other one down, and so that's just one way of modifying stuff like that. But so I have some notes back here on the whiteboard, but they're just bulleted notes, so I don't forget anything. But typically, you have corn, and we've talked about
right.
where you get your grains from probably makes a difference. So the only way you would know is if you changed and said, you know what, you're charging me too much for the rye. I'm going to start buying it over here, and all of a sudden you have a flavor difference. And with bourbon, you better try to figure it out in the white dog, because otherwise you're going to be waiting a couple of years to figure out whether you screwed up or not. And I've seen distilleries do that, where they made a batch with like a different type of grain, and then they would do something different with that bourbon. They wouldn't call it the same, and they would label it as something different, and then try to do a different char on the barrel or something like that to hide the bad flavor profile they didn't like.
Hide the screw up.
Yeah, hide the screw up. Yeah, but what it is that bourbon may have tasted fine. It just didn't taste like their normal version of what they wanted, right? And so they'll do a limited release, and then they'll go back and get the grain where they used to, instead of doing like Coke and New Coke and all that junk. They never went back. You know what was behind the Coca-Cola thing, right? They were switching from pure cane sugar to corn syrup.
Yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And so they wanted to sweeten it with corn and not cane sugar. So what they did was they came out with New Coke, and they did that for a long time. And they said, and then after a while, they made it taste like Pepsi is what they did. The New Coke, it tasted closer to Pepsi. And they did that for a long time until all the old Coke was about gone out of rotation. And then they said, oh, we hear your complaints. We're going back to the old
original
formula.
Coke, yeah.
So they switched back to the original formula. But if you had an original and the new original, you could tell the difference, because one of them was pure cane sugar and the other one was sweetened with corn syrup, So I'm sure that some bourbon places have done things like that, smaller distilleries or whatnot, But anyway, but how much, a huge factor of the bourbon is the mash bill, right? How much corn did I use? Some people don't like corny bourbon, right? And a lot of people, it's a love-hate relationship with New York bourbons, like the Hudson Baby Bourbon. And they don't even make Hudson Baby Bourbon anymore because they got so many complaints, because it was 100% corn. Now it's 95% corn. Still tastes like that,
Corny.
Corny. But they're using 5% like malted barley or something in it. So they're trying to tweak it, but still stay true to the same. But that's why they relabeled it, because they're like, hey, this is Bright Lights Big Bourbon. We don't make Hudson Baby Bourbon anymore. But it's the same bottle, different sticker on it, and it's a different mash bill. So that, some of those distilleries will try to grow and they'll tweak things, but as long as they're honest about it and say, hey, this is not the same mash bill, and I can tell a little difference between them, a little more nuttiness in there because of that malted barley. But yeah, but then the grain count, like how like at 65% corn, are you going to put wheat in it at all? So you don't have to. You can just do a corn rye. You can just do like Hudson and do like a corn barley, or you can do a mixture of 4 grains in it, or even 5, because you can use a different grain like Rabbit Hole. I was going over that mash bill, and they malt all of their cereal grains. They don't the corn not, but the wheat, the barley, and the rye are all malted. And in that process, I know I've covered it before, but it's bringing the grain to the perfect condition until it starts to sprout, and then they stop it and then use it in the mash, and it gives it a bolder flavor, right? And a little different flavor profile to it. So that's what they do, and they have, like, I don't remember the count on the mash bill now, but it was certainly over 50-something% corn. I think it was 65 because it was 10, 10, and excuse me, no, yeah, 10, 10, 10, 5. So that's 35, right? And I think it was 65% corn, 10% they claim wheat, 10% malted honey barley, and then or I think something like that, and then they have a little rye in on the end of it, and then just malted barley and then the rye. Well, when they come up with that honey malted barley or malted honey barley, whatever, it's just a different barley than the regular one that they use. So there's Granny Smith apples and there's Fuji apples and there's all this stuff. So
yeah, I wonder when they start using different stuff and they call it a screw up. I wonder how many times the screw up tastes better than the regular.
Well, I don't know, but and a lot of those guys sit around and they will do one barrel. They'll do one barrel and they'll taste it along the way. And of course, they sit there and taste the White Dog, which is not fun, by the way. And they'll sit there and they'll taste it, okay, and then they taste, like, they'll do maybe 3 barrels of it, and they'll do like a number something char or toast on the barrel, and then they'll and there's a difference. We'll get into toasting versus charring here in a minute, but they'll do like 3 or 4 barrels and do it at different toast levels. They will store it at different parts of the warehouse. They, like maybe a little higher on the rick is going to be hotter, and down here is cooler, and in the basement's even cooler. And then they'll taste it a little bit along the way, and then what they're looking for is when those barrels hit their peak and perfect, potential. And then once they get that, and they say, "Oh, this is where it is. This is what this is supposed to be." Yeah, Fulton, my phones do that automatically. But then they'll say, "Oh, this is it right here," or "Let's give it one more month," or whatever, right? But a lot of times they will just put them in there for 2 years and just, well, we know we're going to leave it for 2 years, because that's going to be straight bourbon whiskey. And then they'll start getting down to, oh, should it be 2 years, 4 months, 2 years, 6 months? What's that perfect tilt on this flavor profile? And then they'll check the ABV. Hey, Twisted, how's it going? They'll check the ABV, and then we get into cutting with water, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I know with Rabbit Hole, they don't add much water at all. They may end up with they distill at a lower proof on certain things, and they may bring it from like a 98 to a 95, or something like that. They'll minimal.
I just want to know how you get that job.
Oh, yeah. Well,
tasting bourbon all day?
Well, yeah, you can, but I can tell you after talking to them, it doesn't pay very much.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You get to bring all the bourbon you want home from there. So, but yeah, it doesn't really pay that much. So anyway, the charring versus toasting. So what does it mean when you have a charred barrel versus a toasted barrel? Now, back in the day, they were all charred. And I watched the different process on different distilleries and stuff like that. But one of them had this line, and the barrels were empty with no end caps on them. And the barrel would roll down, and they had a stop, and it would hit that catch. And then they had this flamethrower thing sitting there, and it would just go woof. And I mean, for 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 8 seconds, whatever. And that gives you your number char for the blast. Like, how long are you blasting this thing with that fire? Because you're going to get more and more blackness on the inside of that barrel. And hang on, allergies. the wood sugars, you want to do it enough to bring out the wood sugar, but some people like that charred flavor in some bourbons and all that, and they'll do a heavy char or whatever. Now, toasting is where you slowly heat the inside of that barrel. You're not just blasting it with fire. And it's sort of like watching the turkey brown in the oven, and they monitor the inside of that barrel until it gets to a right toastiness that they want it. Now, eventually you can turn it black on the inside by toasting. And that's usually, you're wanting to get up there real close to that or whatever. And so a lot of times they'll say things like, well, it's the Elijah Craig toasted barrel, that type of stuff, and it's hard to find and all that because it takes so long to toast that barrel. Every time you do something like this, anytime you add time, you're adding money.
Yeah.
Right. And so charring a barrel happens in seconds. Toasting a barrel happens in hours. So, and we talked about things at work. Like we had, you're in tech, right? We had an application that started having a delay. And it should be measured in milliseconds, but we were having like a 2.5, 3 second delay when they would click a tab to go into another part of the application. And it was all due to back-end processing power and stuff like that.
Right.
But when we're measuring time like that, we have 60,000 employees impacted. So you take 2 seconds and multiply by 65,000 and then divide by 60. And that's how long, how many minutes to hours you are wasting from profitability of that corporation. So,
you're wasting a lot of time.
Oh yeah. And, and then you even measure per day and say, well, because of this 2 second delay, one is kind of freaking with our customers a little bit because they're getting like, we should step through this and answer their questions faster, but they're also doing metrics on how many customers does a claims rep handle in a day. And you're adding an extra, you're taking away somebody that they could have helped by the end of the day.
Also, how many people he handles a day and how many people hang up.
Right. And so, 65,000 reps working all at once. Each one of them miss one call a day. That's 65,000 customers you didn't help that day, that we got behind on. So, that's where the volume comes in. And of course, it's making a little bit of a difference in the price of the bottle is all I was trying to say. And so they will uptick the price of that toasted barrel stuff. And there's a couple of things, and malting grains. If I just get the grains and I throw them in the mash, I don't have to sit there and go through that malting process.
Right.
So that's why Rabbit Hole costs a little more, but I love the flavor profiles in Rabbit Hole. So, and I'm not endorsed by them. I don't have an agreement with them. I'm just saying that, and it's not, and I will say this plain and simple and clear, it's not the best bourbon I've ever had, but it's one of the better bourbons that I like to get for under $100. Right. So there, I'll just say that. But the Smoke Wagon is still
your favorite,
way up there, but that's an MGP juice that they've, aged and manipulated. And I know that he does order the barrels from MGP. So, because he'll get his barrel shipment in and they'll unload them from the truck. He's posted videos out there, and he's got one where he's saying barrels, barrels, barrels over and over again, And so, but yeah, they do age them in their facilities. So, that's the difference, and you will get a different flavor profile. And then double oaked, so you have to use new oak barrels with a char, right? A toast or a char or whatever. It has to be burnt on the inside, basically. And then, whether you slowly brought it up or you blasted it or whatever, then you can put it from that barrel to another barrel and finish it. And that's where like that Grand Cru up there was finished in Grand Cru wine barrels. But you can, like the Woodford Reserve double oaked, what they do is they take Woodford Reserve in that number char barrel, and then they do a different char on a different barrel and they finish it in that heavy char or whatever.
Oh, wow.
And so that's why they call it double oaked, and they came up with a clever name. So age. So we kind of touched on this. We talked about why Smoke Wagon's bourbon tastes different than other MGP offerings, especially the uncut, unfiltered. He's not adding water to it. It's barrel proof, right? Right there. No water added. But it also ages in a different climate. So the longer you age something, typically the cooler the environment needs to be. So fast aging comes from a hot rick house. But there is a stopping point at some point, right? You can stop pulling wood sugars out, which brings you the caramel, vanilla, those notes. The apple even will come from the manipulation of the wood with the white dog mash, and it creates this beautiful candy apple, caramel apple nose, on a young bourbon. And then you start getting into longer aging periods. You get your pipe tobaccos, your leathers, your all that type of stuff. Mm-hmm. So there's a balancing act because if I'm making bourbon, I'm going to spend millions of dollars to get everything set up if I'm going to do a production, right? And even if it's over time, but I'm not going to make money until I can sell it. So what you have are these spin up quick distilleries that are distilling their own juice, but they can't wait to make the money. So they're trying to defeat nature, and they're trying to put the barrels in a room that's hot as an oven almost, and they age it for a really short time, like 4 months. And then they can't call it straight bourbon, but they can call it bourbon and sell it. And that warmer environment will color the liquid faster. It will extract the coloration out of the wood because you can't add any color to bourbon. It can only be colored by the wood. And it will extract the wood sugars. But boy, this is like hitting fast forward on a video game when you have to time a jump just right. You better be checking that barrel every half day, making sure that you're not going too long with that bourbon. And then because you're going to start pulling bitters out, and that bitterness, once it hits, it will screw up the whole plot,
So you don't have much time.
Yeah. But you're also not going to ever develop the depth of notes that you get out of a well-aged, long time aged bourbon. And some of them will put barrels back in a cooler spot, and they'll say, okay, let's set on these, and in 10 years we'll have a good production going. But right now I got to make money. So let's pump these out as fast as we can, and so that's where you get a inferior product. And then, because I've even heard people say, oh man, that's not even the same bourbon. That's night and day, and they'll say, no, it's the same. It's the same. It's just aged differently. It's aged longer, but it's not. It's aged. One was aged hotter and fast, and the other one was aged cool and slow. And they are completely different flavor profiles, even though it's the exact same mash bill. And so they'll.
So it's hot for 4 months and cold for 2 years, a year and 6 months.
Once you start, from my understanding, I would have to play with it. Of course, I'm not. I don't know how to. I don't know it all.
It has to be 2 years total, right?
Well, that's for straight bourbon whiskey.
Yeah.
But once you start aging it hot, I think that's it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can't.
Cool it down?
Well, you can, but it's still going to start extracting bitters because you've gotten too close to that point where it's going to. Those tannins from that wood are going to start getting drawn into that liquid. So that will screw up your batch. Now that's aging. It make a huge difference. And then water. So Kentucky, 95% of bourbon, straight bourbon, comes from Kentucky. It's produced, bottled and all in Kentucky. Now, MGP is probably like the other 5%, but but not all MGP juice has to become straight bourbon whiskey. So there's probably a lot. So when we're just talking about straight bourbon whiskey, that's a whole different. That's people willing to wait 2 years, at least, if not 4 or more. So I know in Kentucky they like to brag about. I'll tell you in just a second, Ball Buster. They like to brag about their limestone water. They say it's the best water in the world, right? Well, so does Colorado. We have Rocky Mountain spring water or
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain runoff, and that's the best water in the world. And you'll have somebody else going, ours is the best water in the world. So it tastes like water, but it can make a difference in there. But more so, unless you're using like brown water from a toilet, you know, but usually there's going to be a purified process. You're
Yeah,
going
you
to
can't
have
do that anyway
right,
because that would color the bourbon. Right.
right. So in an old fashioned, there's a few different ways you can make an old fashioned. My favorite way when I'm going to drink my bourbon not neat, which typically I'll use either a high rye bourbon or a straight rye whiskey in an old fashioned because I like the spiciness to it. You take a orange peel and you put it in the glass, and you put some simple syrup in there, which is pretty much half and half sugar and water, or I don't even know if it's half and half, because you put sugar in a pan and you put just enough water till it all, can be dissolved. So it's got a little bit of simple syrup in it. Measurements vary. An orange peel, and then I use there's Angostura bitters is the big one that people like to use, but I use one called Hella Bitters because I like the oranginess to it. And it's Hella Bitters is kind of expensive, but you only use a couple of dashes, in it. And then your shot or two of whatever your libation of choice is. Shake it and then pour it over new ice, and then but you're muddling, and they have a muddler. It's just a metal thing that you mash that orange peel, and it brings that citrus bitter out of that orange peel, and it goes really well with the bitters, and what you're doing is you're offsetting that sugary sweet with the bitterness, of the citrus. But some people like to throw a maraschino cherry in there, spicy and inbred. You can muddle a maraschino cherry. Some people say, oh, we don't muddle our old fashions. We twist the peel and drop it in.
Ooh, highbrow.
Oh, I'm sure that makes a world of difference. Yeah. So shaken, not stirred. It's like whatever. But yeah, typically it's a citrus, bitters, sugar, bourbon, or rye, or whatever.
I didn't know that.
Yep. All right, so we have Spicy and Inbred. We have Ballbuster 99. We have Cool Running. Hey, welcome to the show, John Ross, Rhonda Whitlock, Twisted Art Lady. All right. So let's talk about the impact of water. And this is why I don't like ice in my bourbon, because you can't control how much water is being added. You either drink them really fast before the ice has time to melt, and then you get really drunk, or you suffer from overwater in the bourbon, and then you get that watery, you're sucking on bourbon, the hint of bourbon water, at the end of it. But water can change the complexity of a bourbon
and the taste.
You're right, and it can, and it can, sometimes it can enhance it. But we're talking about drops of water in an ounce, or maybe even a half, like a 3/4 of an ounce or something. Put like 1 or 2 drops of water in, swirl it, taste it. But just remember, bourbon has oils in it, that comes out of all this wood and grain and all that. So, and it has water in it already, but and they've tried to bring you what they think is perfect in their bottle, but sometimes they'll have barrel proof ones and things like that. But if you add 1 drop with a little eyedropper and then swirl it and take a tiny sip, pour you an ounce, a good shot in there, taste it first, put 1 drop in, shake it, taste that, put another drop in, shake it, taste that. Now, just remember, you're decreasing the volume. So every drop now means more than the previous drop, because you're adding it to less volume than you had before. But if you do that, it will put you on a roller coaster ride of notes and flavors until you get to a certain point, and then it's just watery, right? Do I drink Irish whiskey? You mean? I have before. I don't have any here in the house now, but I've been to Ireland, so I have drank over there in the bars. I've been to Scotland as well. So, and one guy set me up in Scotland, and they called me Wee Man when I was there. And he's the funny wee man, and because I would always be cracking jokes at the bar or whatever, I had them rolling. And this one guy, he rears back one time. I forget what I said, but he goes, ha, 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 and he hit my back. And I was chewing some gum, and it. But yeah, those guys are pretty big over there. There's a lot of them. The guys I was hanging around with, they did the games. They were the strong men type guys, that does those things. But yeah, he hit me on the back, boy, that tune. And we had to tell the bartender to wash that glass.
Wait, you get it in a glass?
No, they were upside down, but it bounced off the glass. And we're like, it hit that one right there, because we didn't want somebody getting a supposedly clean glass that had gum from my mouth bounce off of it, So stir a martini, you blend it slowly, leaving subtle flavors. When you shake a martini, it has been proven to bruise the gin, leaving a harsher tasting martini. Awesome. Well, I don't like either one, so I don't know. I'm more of a bourbon guy. Now, I will say I've had some gin. There's different styles of gin you can do. There's one that's really floral and aromatic, and there's some that are sweeter with less of that floral aftershave taste to it, But
you can also use vermouth.
Well, vermouth is just a dry white wine.
Yeah.
But and I know that I've heard about martini where they pour the vermouth in the martini glass, and then they have this funnel and they pour it right back into the vermouth bottle, and then they put the gin and stuff in it, and they call it the essence of vermouth. But they fill the glass all the way up, basically, and then you're leaving a film inside that martini glass.
That's how my dad used to like it.
Yeah.
Just wave the bottle of vermouth over it.
Yeah. Just give me the gin.
Yeah.
And then there's dirty martini, where you can add some of the juice from the olives in there, all that kind of stuff. But anytime, and I've even seen a blue martini, before, and things like that. And there was a bar called the Blue Wave, and their big thing was their blue martini. That was like the biggest drink, the number one thing on their menu. But they made everything there, and it was high end. And you're going to pay $16 for a martini, just their regular blue one. And then if you want to start adding stuff, you can pay $35 for a drink, and that makes for a short night if you have my wallet.
Definitely. Yes.
Because I am not going to spend that much money. I could have bought 4 bottles of bourbon, but
we used to go to a bar in
what's up, Pigskin?
Hollywood.
David Bay's in the house,
and they had the names of actors for all their drinks. You could order John Wayne or Marilyn Monroe.
Yep.
That was pretty fun. Just tasting them.
But
I don't want to know what's in it. Just give me a John Wayne.
But man, we digress a lot. But let me get back to the water.
Yeah,
so,
okay, cool.
So adding water to the bourbon, it's more about the volume of water they add. So I know Buffalo Trace is distilled at 160 proof, and it is barreled at 125 proof, because that's what their White Dog Mash #1 is 125 proof in that bottle. They age it for the requisite 2 years or whatnot. I forget what was Buffalo age. I forget what Buffalo Trace age is. But anyway, they put it up in the top, not the very top, but they move it up in the rick house because heat rises. They age it faster, not as fast as like the benchmark down there. But they do age it faster, and then they cut it with water until it's 90 proof, right? Or 95. It's 90 or 95. Let me see. I would appreciate it more if it was 95, but no, it is 45% 90 proof. But now the ones that are going for the biggest bang for the buck, they do everything just like Buffalo Trace, but they'll put it even higher in the rick house, age it faster, like that Benchmark is. And it's not a straight bourbon. I don't know. Yeah, it is. It's straight bourbon, but they age it really fast. They don't care if they pull some bitters out of the wood. And they'll do it the minimum time, and then they cut it down to 80 proof because they're getting more volume out of it. And hey, what's going on? Oh, Lil Jay's in the house. All right. And but that's going to be your cheaper bottles. And I've bought bourbon from like these boutique distilleries, and they're non-distilling producers. They call them NDPs, but they still call themselves a distillery, right? So Shane Long from Storytime, that they call themselves a distillery, but they're an NDP because they procure their barrels and then they do things. They do wonderful things with them, but they finish bourbons and stuff in like beer bourbon barrel, stuff like that. And that Obtainium up there is just gorgeous, on the notes and everything. But I have nothing against NDPs. I just wish they wouldn't call them a distillery because they don't distill anything. But but it's legal. But they will take barrels of like MGP or wherever they're getting it from, and it doesn't have to be MGP juice in it. It could actually be from a distiller, but they're taking that barrel and they're treating it like Benchmark, but they're selling it for higher than Buffalo Trace. And if you get Buffalo Trace at market price, you're only paying $35 for it, $36. Anything above that, you're overpaying for that bourbon. Buffalo Trace on par is is on the same quality line as Elijah Craig, like their small batch, and they're about the same price. Because if you look at the price tags from big distilleries like Beam Suntory and all, now Beam Suntory can overprice some of their stuff, okay? But when you look at their baselines and you get down below $30, you're getting that 80 proof, the watered down bourbon, fast aging, all that, and then you step into like that $35 to $45 range. Those should all be about the same quality of stuff. Now, different notes, I'll give you that, different flavor profiles, but the similar quality of the attenuation around the edge of the glass. The legs on that bourbon are they, starting to form thicker than just looks like fishing line, running like super fast down the side of a glass, are you getting nice thick trails? Are you getting slow run of those oils? Are you getting a tongue coating? Are you getting something more than a watery flavor? And then beyond that is where the notes start compounding, and they can be different notes, and you can have different preference. But to call a well-aged bourbon crap because you don't like the notes you're getting, that's taking a very one-sided view. Like I've said about bourbons, I don't care for it. It's not my favorite, but it's still an okay bourbon. It's just not the notes I like to get out of it. I'm gonna have to get something to drink because my throat is dry and I keep losing it. So I'll be right back. Let me grab something over here.
Hey, Bort, so what's in an original martini? I've had a lot of them, and most of them taste like lighter fluid. Because that's what my dad used to drink. But
well, regular martini is vermouth.
What's in an original martini? Is that different than just a regular old martini?
No, I mean, there's they call one's a Gibson or something, the one with a little pearl onion instead of a olive, but the original is vermouth, gin, olive. That's it.
A gimlet. Is that what that is?
What?
A gimlet? Is that
No.
no? Okay, never mind.
I have only tried 2 or 3 martinis. I don't know enough about them to tell you whether I've had an original martini. I don't know. But if an original martini
Jumped up in front of him.
is gin, vermouth, and an olive, then yes, I've tried that. Yeah, so I don't know. See, more water. But yeah, I mean, but yeah, educate me. I don't know. I do know there's different types of gin. There's some gin I actually like the flavor of, but I've never tried them in a martini. I just like the gin itself, you know. But
So, Bort, is he correct? Is that what an original martini is?
yeah, we need educated on that.
Yeah, we need to be educated on that.
Cheers, Chatty-O. Hey, we're going to push the link out here shortly. But yeah, the least amount of water you add to a bourbon coming out of the barrel, that's why people like barrel proof. You know, they don't cut it when it comes out. And you're getting the closest to the barrel notes you're going to get right there. So that's, you know, people tend to go for that. And I've even seen people that buy the barrel proof and do and
add water.
Well, there's a term they use in bars called ditching. Yeah, give me a double of something ditched means add a little spritz of water in it, you know, and even along with the ice, you know, on the rocks, ditch it a little, you know, and and they'll put a little water in there with it, and then they'll sit there with their Swizzlers and stir it a little bit and then sip on it. But I do know people who they only buy like barrel proof bourbons, but then they do cut it with water when they get home.
Thanks, Pigskin.
A gimlet is gin and Rose's lime juice. Okay, Rose's lime juice. But Rose's is just a brand. Oh, but it's got lime juice. Okay. Does it have to be Rose's lime juice to be a gimlet?
I don't think so. And I did know what that was. It just...
Yeah. Because Rose's also makes grenadine. You know, they make all kind of things. Because I was wondering if I bought the little green ball, you know how they have the one that's yellow is a lemon and the green one's lime, and you know.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but okay, it's so Bordeaux Fart says it's half and half Old Tom gin and sweet vermouth with orange bitter and simple syrup. No, I have not then. Because that sounds a lot like an old fashioned, only the vermouth and gin instead of a whiskey or a bourbon or rye or something.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried one either.
Orange bitter and simple syrup is the base of a old fashioned. Yeah.
Because I don't think my dad would have wanted to take that much trouble to make his martini.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that I do if I'm making an old fashioned at home is I get sugar cubes and not, simple syrup, because I don't want to add the water to it. And you can put the sugar cube in there with the bourbon and shake it in the shaker, and it will dissolve right there into it. And so you don't have to add any water at all to it. All right. Favorite martini. Yeah. And so that Old Tom gin, is that a less floral gin? I don't know. A gimlet is a chick smaller than me. And forgive my ignorance. I know a lot about bourbon. I don't know hardly anything about this other stuff. But I forget what they said. There was 2 different basic types of gin. One was made with something, and I can't remember what it was, some flower or something, plant. And the other one was not. It was made with something different. And the one that's made with that floral stuff, I don't care for it. It tastes like I got aftershave in my mouth.
Yeah, I'm good with margaritas, Long Island iced teas.
Mm. Well, my only thing with Long Island iced teas, you talking about not knowing how to regulate. I'd have to practice to get good at that.
Yeah.
Because juniper, that's it, juniper. Sorry, I couldn't remember. I had lavender kept coming in my head, and I couldn't remember juniper, and that's what it was. Yeah. So I was wondering if that Old Tom gin was a juniper gin or not. I don't know, but we can go ahead. I mean, it's 7:04. We usually go for anywhere from about 45 minutes to an hour on the regular part of the show. And then once that ends, we share the link out. Is a sweet gin. Okay. I bet I might like that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I might like that one. Oops, not that button. Invite. Copy here. Post this down here. And I will bring up, I'll have to hurry and mute it right quick when I bring this up. But I'm going to pin that. I know you said you couldn't stay here real late.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to go into the live stream, get the link, because YouTube doesn't recommend my own stuff to me. Get shareable link. And paste this in. It's going to start playing. YouTube doesn't recommend. And then we are going to mute it like this. Then I'm going to go right over here, and I'm teaching Joe this because he's going to start his channel. Pin message right there. You can also do things like you see how Lil J doesn't have a blue wrench.
Uh-huh.
These are moderators, right? They can boot people. They can, for you while you're doing stuff. What I'll tell Lil J is with great power comes great responsibility. Don't abuse this. I'll take your little wrench away. So add moderator like that. And so now Lil J is going to show up as a blue wrench in the chat. And the only reason I like every once in a while I'll go back and I'll watch an old live stream or one from a couple of days ago. If I'm starting to really get to know people and I'm like, you know what, I trust them that they'll, because you get those things popping up. Uncle Deadhead and Raven the Blackbird, how's it going? You'll get those people putting those little old chunk links in there for like porn sites or whatever. And that's when they'll jump on them and knock them out.
Yeah.
They can remove the message and boot the person. All right, so the link is out there.
Yeah, I guess I'll get my alcoholic beverage here for tonight.
The non-alcohol, the sparkling water. Yeah. Blue ranch, like blue cheese ranch. I bet that would be good though. Blue cheese ranch dressing. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to mix blue cheese and ranch dressing because but
Couldn't tell the difference.
Well, I think I have put blue cheese crumbles in a salad before and then put ranch dressing over it. But I call it the pickle ranch because most of the restaurants and people would say, man, why is the ranch at the restaurant so much better than the ranch I get at home? Because they mix it with pickle juice. It makes it go further and it makes it a little bit thinner because they don't add a ton. But they get that stuff in the big old number 10 jugs, And let me change this layout. Do this.
What's up, guys?
But it adds a salty flavor to the ranch. It makes it taste better. How's it been going, Chattio?
It's going well. I've had a good day so far. How about you boys?
Mm-hmm.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
Well,
It's the weekend.
I'm just glad to be off my soapbox here. I was lecturing for an hour. So.
Oh shoot! Yeah, I saw you drop that link. I was like,
he loves to lecture.
he does. Oh yeah. I will say, Bourbon Bounty is one of the best public speakers I have ever known.
Really?
I agree with
that. The confidence. You could go up there and you could probably sell a mothball to a grandma and she'll still buy it.
I guess. My problem with sales though, I've never been a good salesperson.
I couldn't
Didn't
sell.
seem like it.
Because I'm too freaking honest. I'm a straight shooter. I
There you
can't
go.
sell an inferior product. You know, if I
Nobody
know there's bullshit.
Well, I mean, yeah, I take that back. You or I couldn't sell an inferior.
Right. I couldn't, because I'd be like, look, if you want to waste your money on this piece of shit, go right on ahead. But yeah,
But you can go down to the store down the block and get a.
yeah.
That is why I've never
Sometimes
stepped
longer.
foot into sales. I could not do sales. I'm honest, Abe, when it comes to sales. I applied to a place. I didn't realize it was sales because they didn't make it look like sales. They did not make it look like a commission through their job posting, but through the first interview, I was like trying to bomb it. And then they called me back an hour later, like, "Oh, we want to bring you into our facility." I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." You know? I'm not selling. It was Verizon 5G internet at home. And during that hour, I looked into it, and I'm like, nobody can get this at this point. So, no.
So, Chatty-O, do you like the spicy stuff?
I do.
So, Joe here bought something.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why I bought this. It was just like on sale, so I said, okay.
He bought it from a place called the Sonoran Spice Company.
You can get it on Amazon.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of snoring, yeah.
And they're habanero gumballs. And when I heard habanero, I thought, well, they can't be that bad. But I don't try that stuff because I have a condition. But anyway,
you're good. Yep.
And
Gotcha.
But he said he just stuck his tongue to it, and that was enough.
They're that bad. I stuck it on my tongue, and I was wasted for about 3 hours.
So they are gumballs, and you're supposed to chew on them.
Nope. Anything like that, I would not do a spicy gum. I will not do it. Because all it does is just it kind of gets stuck in your teeth, the powder.
Yep.
It's stuck all over your mouth, and you're going to burn for a long time. Nope. That one chip was bad enough. The one chip was pretty darn bad.
And people try to eat that Satan's tongue. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah,
that sucker.
Yep.
Oh, my God. That girl was sitting there, and you could tell she was like holding it with her teeth. And it was just drool coming out, And it was like, I was like, that's just gross, man.
Yeah. People watch that crap, and I'm like, I won't do it. Nope.
Yeah, and after she was done, and she was a spicy eater, had conditioned herself and all. And when that was over with, they said it was time, and she just opened her mouth, and this whole sucker fell into the bucket. And then she stood up, and then she had to get over it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then she was doing the interview, and she said that was the worst experience she's had so far. And said that she was trying to keep it from touching her tongue or her mouth and all, but the sucker was too big, and she's like, she would shift it from one side to the other,
Well, cheers always on. Kitty Purrs, how you doing, sweetheart? Good to see you. Yeah, I would not do a sucker. And a lot of these things I want, like tinctures, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty good on that. The hot sauces, sure. Spicy foods, sure. Like the one chip, I said I wasn't going to do it this year. I'm starting to think about, like, I've done it before. I might as well do it again. Speaking of spicy, what's up,
Twisted, how's it going?
It's going good.
All right. I do have a question for y'all, and I'm not going to turn this into a bitch session or anything, but I was showing Joe my analytics on my channel.
Okay.
And my hours were going up because, the live streams and my daily watch time, even when I'm not doing a live stream, is more than double what it was a year ago, just from people watching 1 minute video, whatever. Mm-hmm. But all of a sudden it started coming back down a little. But when I look at the stats, I have more hours on those streams than, and I was at 606 or 3606 before Thursday live. And I did 2 live streams that night. Yep. I did, a late one and the regular Thursday. And and when you look at the analytics, I got like a couple hundred hours out of that stuff, But when you look at what they gave me, I'm at 30, 36-16.
Yeah.
There is a 48 to 72 hour delay for
Okay.
things to hit.
Oh,
That's what I was
there is a
hoping.
delay.
Yeah.
And I get that too. Even being monetized, it's like it's 48 to 72 hours before I see. Okay, what but how many pennies they made on this video, or how many pennies they made on this stream? It's just
Right.
it takes a few days for it to finally come through.
Yeah, I did the math on it earlier, and all you have to have 4,000 watch hours is about 12 a day, something like that.
Yeah. 12 hours a day.
300. What is it? I did the math. 333 hours a month over a 12-month period.
Yeah, all
So
I did was
333 hours per month for 12 months. You're good.
I took 365 and divided it by 4,000, or I took the 4,000, divided it by 365. That's how I got to whatever it was, and I think it was 12.9 or something like that. So almost 13 hours. But I don't average enough off the video views right now currently to meet that, because I mean that's a lot of short video watching.
Yeah.
Because you did have to watch a lot of videos to give me 1 hour of watch time per person. And so, but no, like I said, I was just hoping that there was a delay.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
72 or 48 to 72 hours. It depends, because you got to think of how many of these monetized channels or
right.
how many channels are out there. They just kind of, somebody is actually kind of going through there and confirming a little haphazardly, but they are confirming,
Right.
okay, these are the right hours, give or take a little time here or there. So yeah.
Yeah, and I know that if I watch my own stuff, right? Because I'll post it, and of course I'll watch it, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm wanting to make sure nothing's screwed up. Because if it's screwed up, I'm gonna jerk it back up there, fix it, and then put it back.
Yeah.
And so, but I don't get that view time,
Really?
right? Because I'm logged in on my own channel.
I do. No, I don't get the
Not
view
the public
time. I know
website.
not view time. Once it goes live, you lose it. But if before it's live, it does show view. It does show the view time. But once you make it public,
Right.
it drops.
Yeah.
Which is okay. Which is okay. I mean,
Right.
they're stopping people from going to bed at night and playing their own shit, for 8
Yeah.
hours.
Well, you will get the watch time on your analytics, but not your public watch hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's weird how it works, but dude, you're almost there.
Yeah, I'm close.
I cannot wait, because we're gonna have a lot of fun with your channel.
But I'm hoping by next week or so I should be there. But I told Joe, I said, man, I'm tired of killing myself, and they're only giving me 6 hours for this or something,
Yeah.
And I got 100, or over, and yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oof.
So,
I will say you have surpassed me with subs, so congrats.
oh yeah, I haven't even. I looked at it briefly earlier.
You're almost at one. You're pushing 1.5. You're 1.43.
Wow.
I'm 1.38. So
Dang.
Wow.
look at that. Way to go with Bob Ross, man. Bob Ross did it for you, eh?
I guess. Well, it was that. There was a couple of videos I put out. Rabbit Hole Distillery commented on my Rabbit Hole review for Caveville. I did the MGP. I lost a bunch of subscribers when I first published. They didn't even have time to watch it.
The MGP? Oh, yeah, because I thought you were probably trashing MGP. No, they manufacture so many whiskeys across the country, but that's all they do.
Yep.
It starts out from the original region, goes there. Yeah, it's whatever. It's fine. Shit happens.
Yeah. So, but yeah, MGP. I was actually defending the MVPs that get their bourbon from MGP, because people like to say, like, all they're doing is they're trying to show off what little knowledge they have of something, and they'll see somebody's shelf and they'll go, yeah, it looks like you have a lot of bourbons, but like 8 or 9 of them are the same thing. No, they're not.
No.
Just because they're procured from MGP doesn't mean they're all the same.
I feel like MGP is kind of like what Anheuser-Busch is doing with a lot of these craft breweries. They're not brewing it; they're just distributing it.
Well, now MGP is actually distilling it.
Okay.
Yeah, they use column
All
stills so they can do a continuous distillation.
Mhm.
And they have 3 or 4 different mash bills that you can choose from.
Mhm.
But you can, as a distiller, choose, or an MVP, choose to get your own barrels, do your own char, and you just buy White Dog from them. And then you put it in your barrel. Or you can go to NDP or MGP
Mhm.
as an MGP. Well, we got acronyms, and say, I want this number of char on the barrel.
Mhm.
And they will accommodate that. But what you can't control is MGP stands for Midwest Grain Products, right? You can't control the grain, where it's procured from, or any of that, because that's their whole business. It was sort of like old Kraft at McDonald's took over McDonald's off of real estate,
Yep.
business.
All right.
And
Twisted, I'll see you in a few.
oh, what happened?
She said, going to drop to chat for now.
Oh, okay.
She'll be back.
Yeah, I didn't see her comment.
Yep.
but,
OG Son.
private
what's
chat.
up? Come up here, OG Son, if you can. I know you're prepping to go back to work.
But yeah, I mean, and of course, when I put the Bob Ross video out and I started getting subs, it encouraged me, it excited me, and I started making like really intense, like higher post production value videos and things like that, and it started taking off a little bit.
That was a great video.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, the Bob Ross, yeah.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Perfect.
I don't even know how many views you have on it. Somebody sent it to me and I watched it, and I don't know how many views on TikTok you have on that, but I guarantee it's quite a few.
It's over 1,500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's brought a lot of people over here. Like, wait, I watch YouTube. Okay, I'll sub to you. Yeah, I'll watch your stuff, and here they are.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
he got like 300 subscribers from that one video.
I know.
That's
why I looked down. I was like, yeah, you surpassed me by 5. It's like, that's awesome. I'm so happy.
yeah, and I went back
one thing, Bourbon.
What's that?
If you can surpass Groovy,
Oh,
go get him. Get Groovy.
we won't even go there.
Chopping down a notch a little bit. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
he got
I love it, Groovy.
6 point something thousand.
Like 6.3. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't even think about that right now. One step at a time.
That's cool though.
No, but I am doing this documentary. I did hear back from the guy at the distillery. We are shooting for actually a May shoot now instead of June or July. So this thing may be coming out in like August now. What is up, OG Song?
Hey, buddy, how you feeling? Don't grab your ear. How you feeling today?
Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, my ears come loose again. So.
Oh no!
He's gonna be like this zombie walking along and his ear falls off.
Dude, you are healing up so well, man. I'm happy.
Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along.
Yeah.
Not too bad. I'm starting to feel some of this, but
Okay, well, that's a good sign.
Yep.
yeah.
Oh man, you're gonna hit phases as those nerves wake back up. You're gonna have some pain shoots here and there.
Yeah, I've been having them, believe me.
Oh yeah.
I will not do it again. I'll put it that way. I'll be wearing all kinds of sunscreen for the rest of my life. So.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what caused it?
Sun exposure. Yeah.
Oh wow! I didn't know that's what the cause of it. Holy crap!
Yeah. You should always wear that. They sell these little light sunscreens you can put on your face at Walmart.
Yep.
You should always. I don't care who you are. You should always wear those.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if there's if there's a lot of snow on the ground, I've had I have to go to the grocery store. I put sunscreen on because that sun glare just intensifies it. Even in the summer, just getting that just directly. Someone's playing the Call of Duty's going on.
Yeah, I was going to ask him if he fished a lot.
She played Call of Duty.
When I was younger, I was outside a lot, but in my adult age, I wasn't. But it just took off.
Yeah. Same way, buddy. I played outside every nice day. Even in the winter, we'd go out there sledding and stuff. I mean, we'd be outside, I don't know, 365 days a year, or probably out there at least 275 out the whole year. Just enjoying it.
Everybody, if there's a spot you're even slightly hesitant about, go get that shit checked out, because a couple stitches is a hell of a lot better than what I had to do.
No. Yeah, I check myself every day.
Yeah, my dad's had a lot of stuff done, and I go in for regular checkups. But I had a couple little things on me, and he's like, "Nah, that's nothing to worry about." You know, little rough spot, because usually what you have to worry about is the ones that are shiny.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad's hand is worrisome, but he goes in every other month because he has it's almost like a callus on one of his hands.
Mm-hmm.
He's worried about turning into a tumor or cancer, and every time he goes in, they're like, it's just build up the tissue, it's a callus, it's okay, but still, it's like keep checking on it, keep coming back. Especially with him being in his 70s.
Does he backhand people on a regular basis?
Only me. Only me. That's how he welcomes me every time I come to Florida. He's just like, my son. I go like that to give him a hug. He's just like, ow. That's how he hugs me.
Quit being soft, boy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's screen the shape.
Oh. Y'all could probably hear me better if I pull my microphone over here. I bet that sounds a lot better.
Oh, it does. Yeah. I'm ready to upgrade this microphone. That's for sure.
Yeah. Once Marcedale's going to inherit my snowball and this laptop and a lot of my stuff when I redo this. So
she's gonna start her channel.
Yeah, she's gonna start her channel. She when I do these art shows, she wants to be on them with me. So
okay.
She's not gonna. Is she gonna start a Call of Duty channel? She has to make that like 18 and up. Has to be 18 and up.
Speaking of, man, I need to go sub your channel, because I tried it from my phone. I was looking at it, and for whatever reason, when I hit the link on my phone, it took me into YouTube, and I went to subscribe, and it said you have to log in, and I'm like, I'm already logged in. It's like,
yeah, yep.
Yeah, I'll be doing my first stream on that tonight. So.
All right, I'm gonna check.
Look forward to it.
Let's check and see now, Fulton. You gotta have good audio now. You there, Fulton?
Yeah, I'm here, Jody. How you doing?
All right, we got a big delay.
That delay is okay. It's
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah, you look like a Japanese movie.
No, I'm just tired. I been sleeping all day.
Better?
A little bit better.
All right.
We still haven't found a dog. We haven't still found a dog yet, but hopefully.
Like I told you the other week, and your mom came up. I said, just got to make sure the dog picks you. That's just how I always do animals. They have to pick me, and it works.
Yeah, we went to the Humane Society yesterday. Dog, what was the dog's name? I can't remember. But they said that it costs us like $100 for medical.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. $100 for what, to adopt?
Probably medical procedures before adopting. Yeah. Stella, come here. Yeah, well, Stella.
I like to neuter them and all that stuff.
I mean, they're Lucy I got for free. I had to pay for her initial shots and everything as a kitten, which ran about $80, and I was able to take her somewhere to get fixed for free. And when I picked her up, I said, "Well, how was she?" They're like, "This was the best animal we had today." She was chilling, just talking with us, looking at us, watching what we were doing, hanging out, and I'm like, "That's my girl." Okay, we're not talking about you.
So how are you feeling today, Jimmy? You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. My back's hurting. I've been sleeping because I got to sleep on my side and keep my head up. And starting to hurt my back. But other than that, I'm good.
Yeah.
A couple more days off after this weekend. I'll be off Tuesday and Wednesday. Then I go back to work Thursday. So.
Well,
Okay.
here's the type of stand-up guy Joe is. He can't drink tonight because he's on call with the pager phone thing, and he brought me a beer to try.
Oh, heck yeah.
So that's what I'm drinking now. It's a Blowing Rock Kolsch style ale, and I like it because, and it's from North Carolina,
Nice.
and I like it because it's not overly sweet with all the, like typically those. Well, this is Kolsch, it's not an IPA, but you know how those IPAs tend to all taste like tropical fruit, at some point, from the hop used and everything.
Kolsch
this
is
is,
I think
pretty
a
dry.
style of a German ale is a Kolsch. I believe, if I remember.
The first
right.
time I drank an IPA, I was like, what is that? Grapefruit? Because I was like, man, that's all I was tasting. I was like, is that grapefruit? Like,
yep. It's from Kolsch is originated from Cologne,
Feels it.
Germany. Its gravity is between. Okay, that's
spicy.
okay.
How you doing?
Yeah,
Cool.
it's not a high ABV beer. It's nice.
No, it's 5.5.
Mellow. You get some maltiness from it, and you get a little bit of that wheatness from it. I love Kolsch's. It's a great style.
Oh, it's a crisp, really clean flavor to it.
Yep. Well, nicely
you,
done.
Since I've been on all this medicine for the last couple of weeks, I have a hard time with my stouts now. Like they tear my stomach up right now, so I'm gonna have to give them a rest for a little bit.
Well, yeah, you can give it a rest until not tomorrow, but a week from tomorrow.
yeah. Clouds and stouts.
Thank goodness tomorrow's drunk philosophers.
That's Phil there. He said, all I drink beer
Dude,
wise.
you should probably
Centennial IPA.
You should probably go to the chiropractor about your back, and I can fix you up.
Oh, that's all good.
Yep.
Well, Fulton, I will say, man, whatever you did for your audio, it's sounding good.
Much better, yeah.
I think it's at home on Wi-Fi. I think that's the big difference.
Thank you.
What's up, Guani? Oh, Phil, how you doing, buddy?
I don't have no updates on my girlfriend yet. Haven't talked to her for a long time.
Give her a call. Make sure she's okay, man.
She mad at you?
I'm trying. No, she had to go to the doctor on Wednesday. That she didn't have any surgery.
That's good.
And the doctor said that she has to wear her neck brace until April of next month.
Oh man.
Then she'll probably have physical therapy by then.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping she does okay, man. I really do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Been a rough couple months for everybody. Except for Jody. Jody's up here getting 1,500 subs. I told you you'd pass me, Jody.
I saw the Terriers on. I'm like, my numbers stack up to him at nothing. But it's so good to see it. I love it.
I mean, it just happened all at once. I think it was just compounding. But like I said too, though, when I put out that one video and it did so well, it really pumped me up, And I mean, it is literally like working two jobs right now.
Yeah.
I'll slow back down a little bit, but I'm trying to get some good intro content. Like we had the new intro for this one, and it had like the neon sign flickering on.
Bar is open.
The bar is open and all that. And those things.
Gotta be careful. You gotta watch out for the burnout, man, because you'll hit that burnout. We've all hit that.
I'm getting there at this point.
Yeah.
I've got a list of stuff that I want to do in the next couple of weeks. I'm just looking at that like
I think it's 100% obvious when I hit it. I think everybody can tell because I go kind of off and on. I got to try new things.
Yep. Well, I went back to look at some of the older videos.
Hold on.
To make sure what I said about something or whatever.
Yeah.
And every freaking thing I have out there has an ad that plays when I try to play it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. They have Google or YouTube has put ads on all my stuff.
Yeah. They're making their money. They
Oh,
just
yeah.
ain't giving you none yet.
Not yet. Yeah, it's like when's mine coming? It's like,
They're monetizing and he's not.
but they are suggesting my videos a lot.
Well,
You know,
There's a lot of channels that they're not even monetized at all, and they'll still play ads on it.
yeah, because they're over that. Well, yeah, a lot of my videos. God, what was it? Over 750. I started like people are like, I'm getting ads now, and I'm like, I can't do anything. I have no control over the amount of ads you get, or when you get the ads, or what kind of ads you get until I'm monetized, and that's why it's.
you know what
I always deactivate the unskippable ads. I'm like, no, because I want these people. Okay, you just sit here for 5 seconds, watch this, skip that, and come into the content.
Yeah.
And then the mid roll.
Anybody that
Ads are-
complains about ads, I'm like, they have a premium version. You can.
Well,
There are
Right.
other ways that kind of
unless you're getting tens of thousands of views per video, you're not talking about. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe $1, maybe
Right.
$2. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, if people let the ads play through,
Yeah.
you get more, than if they skip them. You get a little tiny bit if they do a skip ad.
I mean, due to just everything in life, I do have ad blocker on. That's why, like, if you're monetized, I will drop you a few bucks here or there every month because it's like I want to support your channel. Ad blocker. If I go to look at like NFL.com or something like that, it's just like pop, 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 pop. You're like,
Yeah.
I would say
I'll
unless
fuck you all
unless you're getting over 10,000, 20,000 subs, you don't even need to be worried about the money
Nope.
part of this.
No.
Nope.
I mean, it's just good. Kind of like it's good. Like, okay, this is going into the channel a little bit with beer, hot sauces, spicy stuff, food. That's what I'm doing. Just stuff to review.
For me, it was more about crossing a hurdle.
And
conquering the hill type thing.
And that's when I hit monetization. I'm like, wow, that took 3.5 years, 1,400 videos, but it's all been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed every single one of the whole moment and just hitting that, crossing that line. To me personally, it was just like unreal. It's like, this cannot be, this isn't real. And then getting all those emails and stuff through like YouTube and Google. It's like, oh my God, it happened. But it's like, I'm gonna keep doing me, keep doing what I do.
Oh yeah,
have fun.
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna implement that in my videos.
Every time I go on yours, Phil, there's an ad at the beginning of your live stream. So.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Well, I never get ads any soon, but I need to.
Who's that, Phil?
Oh yeah, Phil every single time.
Phil every time. Bourbon. Not right now, but it's coming, baby.
Oh yeah, I'll be
let
right
him play.
there.
Let him play. Like I said, if you have something included into your browser and you don't let them play, they don't get that. Just slip them like $5 a month or something, saying, "Hey, I'm enjoying your content. I'm using this just for everything else." But I do that with a buddy of mine. I've been following him on YouTube for holy crap, 8 years. And I drop him, $5 a month. He's like, why do you keep dropping me $5 a month? I'm like, because I have ad blocker and I'm just helping you out as much as I can. Just kind of as a way to just say I'm trying to make up from the loss you got from me personally using ad blocker. So that's what I do.
Yeah, and on Social Blade, it'll give you an estimate of what you would make that day. And
It's off. It's
but
so
the
off.
thing is, it says today you would have made between 70 cents and $5. What?
I know their range is so off, but once you start looking at it, you look about between a 50% mark and a 60% mark. That's about accurate. Like in the end, it's just that's what I always look at. Like, okay, yeah, that's. Ballpark. That's a good ballpark.
Range.
Mid-range. I know their range is way off. I just look at it for other reasons on my channel, like because it's hard for me to see how many videos exactly do I have. And I look at that.
Social Blade's just using the simple math. They're not talking about like what region the ads are showing in.
Right.
They can't predict any of that. So.
That's why it's such a vast ballpark. That's
If
why I
your
went with
ads,
the
if
mid-market.
it's primarily an American audience that's watching your videos day in day out, you're going to make a lot more money than if you have overseas audiences watching.
Yeah, right.
That's just the nature of the beast because they
U-
sell more
UK
ads.
UK
than
audience,
US audience.
UK audience has kind of come in pretty
Yeah.
strong. It's like, okay,
I will say
Okay.
this: I was monitoring, and of course, I get a few things here and there.
mm-hmm.
But when I go
Right.
into my reach and all, or the
Mhm.
audience
Mm-hmm.
on engagement stuff and all that, right now,
Lucy.
United States is 33.9%, but it's the largest percentage.
Oh yeah, that's how I am here. I'm probably
Yeah.
48% here, and England, Ireland, Scotland is probably
India.
another 30-something%. The rest of the world is the rest. It's crazy.
I mentioned India to somebody on Instagram, a big, Bourbon channel, and not just YouTube. I mean, they have like a show they do.
Yeah.
And they're out, syndicated around, the United States. And he said, man, the Indians in India, they love bourbon. They love, American whiskey. They will watch you. And
They
so
can't get any of it. That's why.
right.
Yep.
What's up, Groovy?
Groovy, ahoy. How are you doing, buddy?
Ahoy, ahoy.
Happy Saturday. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend.
All right, well, Jody, I'm going to drop off and go kick the tires and light the fires, and then I'll be hanging around.
Yeah, I better head off here too, Jody. I got to
All
get
right.
screening.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Take
Thanks
care.
for
Have a good
stopping
weekend.
by.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
have a
we're
good
not
night.
going to go
Hey,
super
see you,
late.
Jimmy.
You too. Take care.
I'll see
Thanks.
you around, boys. Yep, good night.
All right.
Thanks, Chad.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Right.
Cheers.
Yep. Cheers.
Ooh, this is
Cheers with a classic lemonade sparkling ice.
oh, you got the ice? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, ice. That's really good water, man.
It really is.
They're tasty. I love them. I'm just drinking. I always have this by me anymore. It's like sparkling water beverage flavored from Kroger. I always have these for like 70 cents a
I think
bottle.
it's got something in it to keep you drinking it.
Not
I
me.
drink an awful lot of it.
Yeah, sugar. I'm gonna guess the
no,
sugar
no
in there,
sugar.
the sweetness. There's some sweetness in there that keeps you going.
Well,
Sucrose or
I just I tried one. He was talking about how good it was. We were on that trip to Tennessee, and I tried to drink it, and I am just super sensitive to that medicinal flavor of that fake sugar, that sweetener.
I get
And
you.
some
Yep.
people they like you were talking about, like some people are more sensitive to like the odor of a skunk, and some people aren't.
Mhm.
Some people like lima beans, some people don't. That just sets me off. The only diet drink that liked so far is the new Coke Zero, the Coke Zero Sugar, and I can drink those. And I used to tell my parents, they were like, "Oh, all we have is Diet Coke," and I'm like, "I don't want cancer." They're like, what are you talking about? I said, "It tastes like cancer."
Yeah, doesn't taste good. Oh no. No, I have some of that Coke Starlight in my fridge. It's pretty darn good.
Now, I did read an article. It was a medical journal entry talking about a study they did on people who drink a lot of the no calorie drinks, and they said what the conclusion was is you should not just sit around and drink them without a caloric intake, because it tricks your body into thinking it's getting calories, and it causes you to store fat, and you can't burn it because your body is trying to compensate for the lack of calories that it's intaking based on the input it's getting at that moment.
Yeah.
But they said it's a nominal difference. If you eat a pizza and drink Coke Zero because you don't want to add the additional calories, it doesn't impact you. But they said people who sit around all day drinking like non-calorie drinks will have a harder time of losing fat store, even when they work real hard at it. Because your body's hanging on to it.
yeah, I'm a Pepsi guy myself.
That's right. Yeah. I can see that, and that's the thing. I'm like, I don't have any pony because there's a different flavor between Coke and Pepsi. But every once in a while, I'm like, I really want a Coca-Cola, and every once in a while, I'm like, I'd rather have a Pepsi right now.
Yeah, normally the only carbonated drink I drink is beer, because bourbon, and then I drink green tea. I drink Powerades. I drink non-carbonated stuff. It just fills my stomach up too much. The carbonation, and
it bloats you out.
yeah, and I don't like. I ate lunch today. I usually only eat one meal, and then I go to liquid diet at night. But if I can't hardly drink beer with a meal because I won't hardly eat anything, because the beer fills me up. But now I will sit here and I will pile drive a Pringles box at the end of the night.
Hey, Jerry J, I take you don't like Pepsi.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm not looking at it, but I can imagine what he just said. And yep.
Hey, Jerry J, are you iPhone or Android? I'm doing a study.
Are you really?
No, not really.
Okay. I was about to say, I have an Android, and this model is literally 4 years old. It's a Galaxy Note 9.
Now, somebody put out something sometime. It said the only people that like Pepsi are iPhone users that put the toilet roll backwards.
I may partially agree with that.
Yeah.
Android.
Oh, yeah, Android.
Yeah. There you go, Jerry J. Android. That's funny.
Yeah, I used to be active on Facebook before I started all the YouTube and stuff, and I would be kind of active on my personal account with my family and friends and stuff like that. I need to go carry and feed for it more because I do have some friends over there that would shock people that I'm friends with them on Facebook. You would know who they were if I told you who they were. And I haven't been given that attention. I've been staying logged in as Bourbon Bounty, and I haven't sent those. They're not friends with me on that. But it's just a lot to keep up with. I get flooded with alerts all the time. I mean, I just got buzzed on my watch.
Yeah. That's why I don't wear my watch anymore. It's just like bzz, 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 and that's all I feel on my wrist. I'm like, nope, this doesn't work for me. I'm slightly irritable with like that sensory, that vibration. I'm like, I hate that so much.
Yeah, roll over under is wrong. Yeah, it's like, but I posted a meme one time, and it was like, it showed a picture of toilet paper with it rolling over the front, and it said the correct way. And then it had one pictured backwards, and it's like the spawn of Satan dumbass way or something like that.
Yeah. I always double check. Like half the time when I'm initially, putting the thing in there, I'm like, oh, nope, flip it around. I'm like, yep, there it is. Okay.
But when you ask people, like, why do you put it on like that? They're like, well, I have cats, and they will sit there and unroll the whole thing. And if I put it on backwards, it just, flips around. And I'm like, keep your cat out of your bathroom because they're going to still claw your toilet paper up.
All three of my cats have access to a bathroom with toilet paper on the roll correctly. They don't even acknowledge it.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is the spawn of Satan enjoys a Pepsi every once in a while.
Like yes. That was that. If you put all the memes together, I mean, all the clues, man.
Oh, that's funny. Yep.
The clues are all around us.
Hi, sweetheart. Show your paw, not your head.
Yeah, and then I like those posts where people put out there the correlation versus causation. Have you seen those? Where it's like they produced so many buses this year, and the number of babies born this year went up by 20%. So they're trying to say the correlation is the more buses they produce, city buses, the more babies will be born or something. And it has nothing to do with each other. It's just correlation, not causation.
No, it's just the lousier the TV shows are, the more babies will be born.
Mhm.
No, I like what W.C. Fields said about water. He's drinking whiskey all the time, and they're like, "W.C., don't you ever drink water?" And he goes, "Fish fuck in it."
That sounds like what Groovy's explanation is about water. Groovy's is close to that. It's like I think they like piss in it or something. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Why he doesn't drink water? That's great.
Oh yeah, I gotta go. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? I need to switch brands. That's what the problem is. I'll switch
There
over
you
to the Bounty,
Okay.
and we'll just throw this up there just in case somebody has sensitive ears.
Everything's spicy. I got something to show you here. I've been
Ooh.
telling you I'll bring this for ages and ages. But this is the gum I was talking about.
It's a habanero Samorian Spice Company. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Sonorian Spice Company. It's freaking hot. I left it on my tongue for like about 10 seconds, and I was in pain for the next 3 hours.
Jeez.
He would probably call it a 3.
Yeah, probably.
That's about right. I'm like, I may say that's a 4 to 5.
Tried that.
Guess
No,
I would
Gatorade.
try it, but that's not something I would seek after.
Oh, here he comes.
Hey,
I've had the nerds from Sonoran Spice Company. They're Carolina Reaper nerds, but I haven't had the gum. I have to check that out.
Well, then that's habanero, so the Scoville scale is lower on the habanero.
I'm telling you, you can make habanero hot. I mean,
Yeah.
what that's all. The bomb is habanero extract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
jeez, is that really?
yeah, habanero.
But
extract.
it's extract. That's what gets you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like eating a million habaneros, not just one.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, and that's got the powder on it's what's burning you.
Yeah.
that's one sauce I said I'm never bringing into my home is the bomb.
Well,
Just seen everyone's reaction to it. Like even Groovy's like, dude, it's not fun.
it doesn't
sucks.
taste good and it's hot. If you do just a little bit, you're fine. I mean, I've done little amounts of it. I've never tried to do it. Some people try to chug the bottle and shit like that.
Mhm.
That's
Oh
just dumb.
Lord.
That's bad. Yeah.
So
I want to die.
No, but I think next year I want to do the McRib with it next year. I might get some just to try that next year. The McRib with the bomb. I'm like, all right. There's some flavor there to it, but it's still gonna suck.
You know how the McRib is like almost hollow on the inside? It has that texture, and you get it looks like you could inject it with stuff. Somebody should just inject it with stuff.
I think they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is
anything but meat.
a food truck here that every year when the McRib comes out, this is a barbecue food truck. They make their own McRib straight from rib meat.
well, that's good.
And I had it maybe 2 years ago. I was like, oh yeah, McDonald's, you better learn how to do this shit because your shit sucks. This is incredible.
Well, McDonald's takes all the rib meat, all the rib fat, all the rib gristle. They they melt it down into a goo, and then they press it in the things to make it look like rib with bones, even though there's no bones. And then they just smother it with barbecue sauce. So you don't really taste it that well. You're really just getting a McBarbecue sandwich with a rib meat byproduct.
You know what that McRib reminds me of?
Oh, there you go. The Centennial IPA. I like that.
Yep. Those little cheap ass like Salisbury steak dinner things, that they have.
Yeah, I remember those as a kid.
Like rib. It looks just like a McRib, and I'm like, is that what they use?
Probably.
With that cheesy little brown gravy and a little bit of mashed potatoes that used to be in those little meals.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Everything I've never heard it described any better than you just did right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect description.
Lips and asshole.
Ooh. Is that the rest of that beer that you brought? Bourbon?
What, I'm sorry?
Oh no, I just poured a Stella. I finished that.
Okay.
Blowing Rock.
I would love to get a Stella glass, but this is enough Stella in my life that I can handle anymore.
Oh no.
I mean, I drink whatever my wife buys at Costco, and she brings Powerade home, and that's what I drink.
No.
Well, I don't drink. I was drinking a bunch of Gatorade at one point, but then I don't know. It's either water, beer mostly. And I
At
drink
the old
like
at the old job, I would go through 2 of the 24-ounce bottles of Gatorade a day, just from all the walking around I've done, and just trying to just rehydrate myself from the previous night to hydrate myself for the coming night. And it worked. It worked very well.
Yeah, when we were on that 10 acres with all those animals, and I was working outside all the time in Texas, I would drink a lot of those, those fat bottles of Gatorade. I forget what ounce it is, but like 48 ounce or whatever.
32 or something. Yeah,
32, whatever it was, but not the skinny bottle, but the little fat one. And I always like that Cool Blue or something.
That was good. The white one, whatever it is, the icy or whatever one, that's good. Even just the original lemon lime or whatever, that's good too. I always get those fat bottles. I think you're right. They're like 32 ounces. I go through 2 of those a day.
Yep.
Plus extra water. That way, like, okay, in the last 8 hours, I drink, I don't know, 80 ounces of water. We're gonna have some beer tonight. Yeah, I saw that little Jay. Come on now. What's good? Welcome back.
Y'all drink Gatorade?
I drink whatever.
Yep.
No, I drink Straighterade.
Oh, you're so funny.
I thought so.
That's kind of funny. I like it.
No, I drink Kirkland brand if that's what she brings home from Costco.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've had that. It's not bad. Not bad.
But I tell you what, all of it tastes better when you're extremely freaking thirsty.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Summertime is the best time for that kind of stuff because you'll come out from mowing the lawn or doing yard work and whatnot, and you can chug a bottle of that in a matter of minutes.
Oh, I know, because man, when I'm driving around on that John Deere green tractor, that's a lot of work right there.
At least you got to tell the wife that.
I didn't mean to flip you off, but I did. Yeah. My mom's yard sucks mowing, and she even asked me the other day. She's like, "So you're mowing my lawn this summer?" I said, "No, I told you they get on Neighborhood or wherever the app is called. Find yourself a high schooler who's looking for some extra dough every week to come over and mow your lawn." I said, "Mom, I'm retired. I'm done mowing your lawn. Your lawn sucks. It's hilly. It's just you're just sitting there going over bumps and stuff. It's just up and down hills." I said, "No, I'm done with it. I did my last mow last year."
Well, I tell you, here's how late.
You're an ungrateful piece of shit.
Axel Nacho, how are you? Me?
What's up?
Well, she understands because she was about my age when she passed it on to me. When I was 8 and she was 38, she said, "You're the man of the house. You mow the lawn." I've mowed her lawn for 30 years. Same house, same lawn. Wow. I was like, "I'm done." You go find yourself a high schooler looking for, $20 every other week, just, who's trying to mow lawns and stuff.
Yeah, I only did my
here's how
mother
lazy
3 years before she passed. So
Yeah.
The tractor, the lawn tractor I have, it doesn't have gears on. Like it's that one that you just, the harder you press, the faster you go, type thing. And to put it in reverse, all I have to do is push a button and move my foot to the other pedal. I have to hit the button if I'm running the blades because it'll die if you try to back up with the blades running. So you have to hit that button to say, "Yeah, I know I'm backing up with the blades running."
What's up,
and then just hit the other pedal and go. I mean, all I have to do is move my foot like this far, But back in the day, man, when I was working on farms and stuff, and they would be like, "Oh, pull this tractor around over here, do this, do that." That's a lot of lever pulling on those things.
Yeah, definitely. Here's how lazy I am. I hire somebody to do mine, and I get thirsty watching them.
There you go.
Well, I told my mom, I said, "I'm done." She's like, "You're done?" I'm like, "Okay, at this point, your front yard is just nothing. It's been rototilled and everything. Her pine tree killed her front yard."
Yeah.
I said, "Pay a kid $40 a month to come over every other weekend and just take care of the backyard.
$20 a pop.
Yeah, $20 a pop to take care of it." And I said, and at it, just hand them like a bottle of water or something when they're finishing up.
How big is the yard?
I mean,
20 acres.
it's not like acres or anything. It's the backyard is. I did the math in our backyard. It's about a half a mile going back and forth over it, and it's pretty decent size.
Well, then $20 might be on the cheap.
20 months. What?
$20 might be on the cheap for a larger
Might be, but
backyard.
if you're a little
It's
old
not
kid
that
wanting to make
large,
some
but yeah,
money to
I
buy
measured
this
it and going through all the ins and outs. But I said, pay the kid $20 a time and hand him like a Gatorade or something with the 20. They'll keep coming back. It's easy. It's easy. It literally, her backyard takes. I think it took me 25 minutes the last time I did it, but still, I'm just like, ugh.
Well,
That's not bad.
Kids mowing your lawn nowadays is called community service.
Yeah, they say if it takes you.
Oh,
more
is that what happens? Is that what they're giving when they skip school anymore and have to
Right.
go to court because of?
No, $20. I can bum $20 from my mom and dad and have them buy a video game. Or why don't I go mow your lawn too? I'm not, son. No.
Yeah, well, I was reading a thing one time, and they said if it takes you more than 30 minutes. Now, I'm not counting weed eating and all that, but just to mow. If it takes you more than 30 minutes, you need a bigger lawnmower.
Mm-hmm.
We had a riding lawnmower. We were one of those little regular John Deere's with a steering wheel, and it used to take us 8 hours, and we would mow it in sections. We did that for about 12 or 13 years before I got the zero turn years ago. So now the zero turn takes 2 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and again, it depends on the size of your yard. They're talking about an
You have a big
average
yard.
size yard, that type of stuff. But I mean, we used to mow fields for hay, and my dad still does that in the summer for a friend of his, and he pays him, and stuff. He just they're retired. He just makes extra odd job money. But now, of course, you're talking about fields. That the math don't add up, and it takes hours all day, days of all the different spots and acreage and all that. Yeah,
yeah, it's not like it used to be when we were kids, man. I used to tear up my dad's riding lawnmower, going to people's houses, trying to mow their stuff and all of his stuff, and trying to make a buck as a kid. So I can't remember shoveling too many driveways, but I can remember getting the riding mower and making some money.
Well, I used to go around the neighborhood and shovel driveways. I get like a buck a driveway, and I might do 10 before I'm done. So there's $10, but that was like 1996 or so. That was good.
Man, that's people being cheap as fuck just because you're a kid, which is bullshit.
No, because that was I said, hey, I'll shovel your driveway for $1.
Well, then you're just dumb.
Oh, well, at the time, how much cigarettes cost back then, because that was only my cost back then when I smoked cigarettes. I'm like, I just got like 4 packs for the week, and I don't smoke that much. I'm good.
Well, we were paying, I don't know, $65, $85 or something, and they were supposed to be coming and mowing once every 2 weeks.
Shark home brewing.
And they would just come do couple circles and leave in the yard. Like at first, when they first started doing it, the service, they would be here and everything would look good. And they would be here about 40 minutes or so. And then all of a sudden they would show up and they started just going, wow. And then all of a sudden they were driving off again. And I would go out there and my lawn wasn't mowed. And we were calling them and we're like, what did they do? And they're like, no, they already been to your house. And so we argued with them for about a month. And then I was like, I'm getting to ride an lawnmower. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, tell them not to come back.
Yep. No, call me back. And because I can pay for it with all that money we were paying them, I can pay it in 1 year and then pay us back, by not paying them and have it paid for it. I'll just mow it myself. And I'm very particular about it.
Hey, Shane, how you doing, man?
What's up, Shane?
Well, everybody, I got to take off. Sorry. My dog had a little problem this week, and I have to give him a pill every day, every 12 hours for the rest of his life.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
He had a heart.
He had a heart murmur.
I got you.
So it's time for his pill, and so it's time for me to say
Don't forget your own call phone.
Oh, definitely.
I don't want it.
You don't want it?
No, I do
You
not
won't
want
bring
it.
it over?
No, if I answer it, I might tell them all the wrong shit to do. So reboot it.
Hey, so that's what I tell them.
Yeah.
So have a good weekend, everybody.
See you,
Yeah.
Joe.
We'll see you next week. Or I'll try to jump back on when I go home after I do my
Yeah,
thing.
pill thing. Yeah.
Okay?
All right, man.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right.
Good one.
I will gracefully slide over to the middle, and so that it doesn't look odd that I'm sitting to one side, and we'll square up. But I am going to, just in case, because I don't know what's going to happen after a while. I am going to turn Joe's mic off here, and I'm going to unplug it, and I'm going to go plug it onto the charger so that it will stay nice and charged. And if I need to switch, I can. All right. But take it easy, Joe.
All right.
So how you doing today, Samantha?
I'm good.
I've been down here. I think I just binge watched 3 episodes of The Last Kingdom.
I need to watch that.
It's good. I mean, they just came out with the 5th and final season, and I didn't know that was what was going on. So a couple of weeks ago, Netflix recommended that one to me, and I'm like, I'll watch. Usually on stuff like that, I'll watch the first episode, and depending on the first episode is whether I watch the next one. And the first episode had so much from beginning to the end of that first episode. I was like, oh well, shit! Now I got to watch the next one. And now, I just completed my 2nd season, which is, I think, about 16 shows. So
Nice.
it's funny because I watched one late last night after I got off of whatever stream I was watching, and I must have left at the last 3 minutes. And I'm watching the last 3 minutes. I'm thinking that doesn't look familiar, so I went back a little bit and was like, that doesn't look. Maybe I had been drinking too much when I was watching that episode last night. Didn't remember much of it. So either way,
I drank too much last night.
Yeah.
I accidentally ended my stream early. I was so mad.
Oh, I know. We were sitting there. We stayed on there for like an hour.
That's good. I was like, damn it.
And we were like,
Just
what
killed everyone's
happened?
night.
Because we were singing something, not well, by the way, but we were attempting to sing songs.
Oh,
But
y'all kept singing.
no, I hung out because RB was on there, and God, see, I drank too much too. It was me, RB, and maybe Lone Star.
Chatio?
Maybe it's Chatio. It was Chatio. Yeah.
Lone Star did a sleep stream.
Oh wow.
yeah,
Here,
when
what
y'all,
you sleep?
when y'all are going in after 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, it's like nope.
Oh, but we get ramped up and get going on these things, and we, we see that eyeball count going up and down, and all of a sudden the eyeball count will go down to about 6, and it's like, well, guys, I'm gonna start wrapping this up, and all of a sudden the eyeball jumps back up to 20, and you're like, oh hell, we're gonna keep going now.
Right, you have to.
That used to be me a lot of times back in the day, especially when you're trying to get your hours and your subscriber count and everything else. Yeah, if your eyeball count was down below 10, me back in the day, it was like, all right, well, apparently nobody wants to watch, so we're gonna head out. But if there were 20 plus people, man, it was hard to say goodnight to anybody. But again, work has to take over at some point. So
Yeah, Twisted. That was the first time. Google, stop, stupid thing.
I was having so much fun last night too.
Oh, I know. That was the first time I ever heard. Now I've done it on these streams and had that how y'all doing, type thing. That was the first time I heard the alcohol tone come out.
On me?
Yeah.
uh-oh. Were you a little sloppy last night, Samantha?
No, I was. I was not alone in that.
No. No, we were having some fun last night.
There's Chatio.
Hey, Chatio. Was that me, you, and RB that stayed on Sam's stream?
Oh yeah, that was fun last night. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. A great conversation.
How long were we on after she ended it?
I don't know how long, but it was about 3:45 a.m. Eastern. When
Holy shit, dude!
Was it still live?
No, we were off air.
No,
We're off
yeah,
air. We're
we
off
ended
air.
the
Off air.
I accidentally ended the live early.
Oh, okay.
And then
I
she
Damn
couldn't
it,
even come back
Twisted!
in.
What
I
were
was
you
mad.
thinking? Huh?
She couldn't even come back into her own stream. We just
You're
hijacked
mad?
the stream yard.
Or what?
I could have. I was just pissed
Yeah.
off and went to bed.
Yeah.
No, that's why I
But-
messaged you. I literally messaged you like within that minute. Like, are you okay? Because I thought maybe you had a couple
I
too
walked
many
away from my
drinks.
phone and everything.
No, you're good. That's okay. Oh, by the way, reminder: if you have analog clocks, microwave, coffee maker, analog
Car.
clock, change it right now before you forget. I just did all my clocks.
Do what?
It's the fall.
Move it ahead,
Spring
hour and move
forward.
it out, spring forward an hour
Was
ahead
that
on
daylight
analog
savings
clocks.
tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah, I
I
had no
just
clue.
did. I have 5 in my house I have to manually do. I used to have 6, and that was an awesome freaking wood framed clock from Bailey's. It had a clock in there from the 70s, and the nail let loose from the drywall, and it fell on the floor, and the glass shattered, and
Oh,
everything
man.
broke. And looking to replace that's $150. I told my dad, I was like, well, that clock has seen its last day. It's like, what happened? I'm like, drywall. It's just the nail wasn't in like a stud. I thought it was a stud, and it just over time it just dropped off. And he's like, damn, I love that thing. I'm like, no, that was kick ass.
No, those heavier ones, man. You got to put a plastic drywall anchor in there and a screw. That way.
I wasn't thinking.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
thought.
I remember when I was young.
It's not me being young. I thought it was in the stud because it was just like getting the nail in there. I'm like, that'll hold it. And within a year and a half, it was like I came home from work. It was just like face forward on the ground, glass around it. I was like,
Yeah. We can't even use nails. Our house was built in 1960 by an architect. They used that plaster wall stuff.
oh,
really?
It'll shatter if I try to put a nail in it. I have to do a pre-drill hole and all that stuff.
Yeah. Dang. Yeah, my place was built in the early 80s. So, yeah. Different techniques for sure. My mom's house, I look at my mom's house, it's like, well, if this works at her house, built in 77, it sure should work here too.
Yeah, Jerry J, at midnight, it will be 1 a.m.
I think it switches at 2 a.m.
Oh, 2 a.m. Is it 2
Yeah,
to 3
yeah.
or 1 to 2 or something like
Yeah.
that? I know the bars when we're in the fall. So how many people's done this? And at its fallback, right? And they stay open an hour later because I think it's 1 to 2, isn't it? At 1 because at 1
somewhere
o'clock
around there,
till
yeah.
midnight again. Yeah, because usually the bars closed at 1, and that night they would close at 1, but 1 would be an hour. You know, you get a double 1.
Yeah. I remember working at McDonald's overnight when the hour moved forward. My schedule was 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. They worked us an extra hour. Well, the time changes. It doesn't matter. You're still scheduled the same hours. So for that hour that we missed, we were just sitting there in the lobby, just hanging out because we're like, we're not freaking lifting a finger for this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, Lil J, it's Sunday at night, but it's wee morning Sunday. So it's
Let me
tonight.
see. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
let me
so it's
see.
not Monday morning; it's Sunday morning.
Yeah. I'm looking at it now. 2 a.m.
Oh, is it 2? It
Yeah,
goes back
daylight
to
saving times on the 13th of March ends at 2 a.m. So I'm losing an hour of sleep tonight. So is everybody else, and I'm starting a new job on Monday, so I can't have a super late night.
Yeah, it's all relative.
I know.
I slept till 12:30 today.
Well, how late were you up?
Till 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, and that's here. And I was about 10:30 Mountain Time, so I'm 2 hours before you. So yeah, so I get that, man. You got to get that 8 hours if you can.
My son woke me up coming in to get something out of the refrigerator out here in the game room,
Yeah.
bourbon room, theater room, whatever the hell you want to call this room. It's a catch-all.
It's a
But
man cave.
I have a beer fridge over there, and we keep all kind of drinks in it. But yeah, he came out, and I was like, the hell, and didn't turn the light on because we have blackout curtains because it's a theater room. So I didn't know I can't see daylight from in here, and came out, got something to drink, and I saw the glow of the refrigerator door being opened, and then walked back out, and then I kind of looked at my watch, and I was like, holy shit, it's 12.
Yeah. I don't blame you for the late night. Don't blame me. It's all RB's fault.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blame the mayor on that one. It's his fault.
No, we were having a good conversation then.
It was great. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that RB knew the Denver area as well as he does.
Oh, he knows.
And so everything he brought up, some of it took me about a minute or so to go, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I remember that. Oh, my gosh.
He knows more than I do because he worked in consultation all over the United States. And they would plant in areas for months. So he would learn the areas and stuff and all. But he and I did public speaking together, and we would go to those national HIPAA conferences. So I know Baltimore, Inner Harbor. I know Boston. I know LA. I know San Fran. I know, the big cities where the conferences are held. Mm-hmm. And I know some other areas where we have offices, where I work and stuff. But
is that a killer whale on his profile?
That is an orca.
That is a killer whale. Yes, I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's hilarious because Groovy's terrified of them.
Is he? Oh my God! So is my brother. So when I was up in Alaska, and went to like the store for all the Alaskan Brewing Company merchandise, I purposely bought a shirt that said right here. I think I wore it yesterday. It said Alaskan Brewing Company on the back. It had the orca whale on it. Was their Kolsch. And I wore it in front of my brother. I said, "Oh, it's good to see you." And I gave him a hug, and I turned immediately around. He's like, "Get that freaking thing away from me!" I was like, "Yes."
I mean,
Dad was laughing. I was laughing. We were both like, "Oh my God, that's great."
I stay out the damn ocean. That's why I'm not scared of them.
I don't know the fear of orcas. I have zero
fear. They're just
fear.
giant dolphins.
Yeah.
I mean, orcas, they do get vicious when they're hungry, but I don't think
horny.
Yeah.
But I don't think humans really are attacked as often as people fear.
No, but have you ever seen the movie Orca?
No.
Oh.
I will say this: I would never get between that giant penis and that what he's aiming for.
Yeah. I mean, I saw
Orca. The movie Orca would make you feel a little bit different about orcas.
Yeah. I guess
it did when I was a kid.
I mean, blue whales, they're so huge. You look at them and go, "Oh, I'm not anywhere near you," even though I know you're very friendly with humans. You understand humans, but at the same time, it's like, no.
Every single time, except for this last time, we went to Myrtle Beach, and I reluctantly had my shoes and socks off, and I did wade out into the ocean to just below my knees. I had cargo shorts, so I couldn't, it would get wet if it got higher. And so I would stand there, and the waves would go down to about, and then they would come up to about just below my cargo shorts.
Yeah.
I've never, ever been in the ocean except that one time, this last time, that I have not been stung by a freaking jellyfish.
Oh, no. You got hit by one?
Oh, I've been hit by them 1,000 times. I don't go into the ocean and traveling around and going to all these places like Guam and everything. Mm-hmm. And we would go out in the ocean and frick around, and I would never even get my torso wet, and I would get stung by jellyfish. And I was just like, I don't know what it is in my skin. I don't know what I secrete or whatever that attracts them motherfuckers.
Nope.
But yeah, I had a circle on top of my foot one time, and it got infected, and I had to go, get it treated and everything. And when you're having to run in the military in combat boots, and you have like a circle infection on top of your foot, that shit hurts.
I never go beyond my ankle in the oceans anymore, and I'm always looking around where I'm stepping. If it's not clear, I'm not going there. I'm so cautious. I'm like, I've heard too many jellyfish sting stories and stuff. I'm like, nope.
Well, there was that one that story about that Navy SEAL diver that they were doing the run where they grab them up in that inflatable, and they scoop them back out of the water. But he was going out and they were dropping off and they would dive in and they would have to swim like underwater for a ways, and it was a training thing. And he's swimming along and he doesn't even feel it. And a box jellyfish stung his cheek just between the mask and the wetsuit. When he went by, he didn't even know it. And he ended up dying. Like,
oh man.
Yeah. And yeah, they toxicology, all that, and they're like, yeah, it was a box jellyfish.
Wow. Yep. That's what I fear the most in any vast body of water is jellyfish. Like,
well, if I'm attractive to jellyfish, they must like Yeti haired old white dudes.
oh, that's funny. I'm a little slow. I just realized we lost your friend.
Well, I'm going to put you in charge, Chatty-O, and I'm going to go break the seal right now.
Oh, boy. He's breaking the seal, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, little J? Jerry J. I would piss on you, brother, if you had a sting.
And now I'm going to hit mute.
That's the perfect time to hit mute. You're attractive to them. Ha, ha, ha.
Bourbon Bounty only says, I'm going to mute myself for himself. He doesn't say that for us.
Nope.
He says
it's a
so
reminder.
he will remember.
I don't have a reminder of it in my head. I have the audio clip. And it may be up on my StreamYards. I probably won't play it for him. I played it a couple times as a joke for people to hear, but it's like it was mostly
clip.
It was mostly your reaction to it and why I just loved it, because you're like, Jody's, what? Did you forget to mute? Damn it, I did it again. That just whole interaction just cracks me up. That was so
I really
funny.
want a clip of that so I can make him an intro for my channel.
I don't think I'll use that for him. I'm going to start working on making intros and stuff, and if I can't figure it out, I know where to find someone who will help me out. I'll give him a few bucks. That would be OG Son. I'd be like, all right, man, help me out a little bit.
Oh, he did do a stream about it, and I'm going to get Filmora. I went ahead and downloaded the free version of Filmora just to play with it a little bit, and I'm going to go ahead and buy it.
I like what I use because even if I have an hour and a half worth of footage, I know my software well enough. It'll take me 30 minutes to edit the hour and a half down to 20 minutes. So it's like, I know my software. That's why I'm like, I'm not ready to get a new software. I like what I have.
A lot of the programs work the same, though.
Yeah, they do.
You
I
just
know.
have to figure out how they do it, but it's all the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured out my software that I use.
The difference is the stocked product that you get with it, and Filmora has a lot of shit.
It does, for sure. Ooh, holy crap. OG Son's making a Batman.
Is he live right now?
Mm-hmm. On that, I don't want to send everybody over there, but Twister over there and see what he's doing. That it just looks awesome.
So who's live?
OG Son doing an art stream for his.
And I need to.
His inaugural art stream over there on his new channel, or his art channel.
I don't know his new channel.
It's Jimmy something. What is it?
Let me see if I can do it here. If you don't mind, can I drop it?
Drop it.
Okay.
Because I went, like I was saying earlier, I went to sub his channel because they posted it to Facebook, and I was on my phone, and then when I clicked on a link, I tried to hit subscribe, and it said you're not plugged in. Quick.
Well, that's to his exact live right now. That's not to his channel, but you can scroll down and you can sub and everything. But yeah, he's making a Batman right now.
Oh, RB, we didn't. Joe was on call. He had his company on call phone and couldn't drink, so I just covered like the stills, mash bills, barrel char, age, and water. Cutting bourbon and stuff. We didn't drink any bourbon.
You know what, RB? I haven't seen you in 18 hours. You should come up here and say hi.
Yeah, RB woke up about like 6 hours ago. So
Yeah, I woke up about 8, so I feel it. That was rough. Like my alarm went off, I was like, yeah, whatever. It's Saturday, I don't care.
I'll
And
turn
I
the
fell back
line.
to sleep, woke up, I'm like, oh my god, it's probably like 1 p.m. I looked at the time, it's like 12:45 or 10:45. I'm like, cool. I still salvaged today, but still. Come here.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna put this on the show screen here, and I can't copy it because every time I click on it, it's either show or hide. Into Don's Art Show. That's what it's called. I'll search for it though.
Yep, that's why I put that there. Heck
What
yeah.
we doing? Oh, we were talking a lot. Is what we were doing. And
we were
Daniel
talking
learned a lot, but he doesn't know half of what he could know about us.
I learned a lot about you guys and RB. Your knowledge of the Denver area and the old landmarks that are now gone. You're bringing them up. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. I mean, I've lived the Denver area my whole life since
I'll be back in a few.
early '80s.
All
All right, bye, Twisted.
Give me Don
Oh, okay, you're still here. Kind of.
Art Show. Let me.
Yeah.
There he is, right there. I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna click subscribe. I see him, Groovy. Oh, it's him twice. He's got
Him
two
twice
cameras.
because he's trying to show part of how
Right,
he's
how
doing it.
he's doing it.
So it's educational. I love that.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him a thumb,
How are you?
and I am going to turn the speaker to like 1.
Stop, Lucy.
Yeah, that way it's not muted, so he actually gets some view time out of it. But I'm going to slip back right over here.
Yep.
And so I'm giving him watch hours now. So
Yeah.
that's the thing, guys. If you're watching a stream and you're muted, it doesn't count. They don't count the hours.
Yeah. Make it a little bit minimal.
Oops.
Like he is very. I can hear him and
yeah.
I can hear him at Groovy faintly in my
Yeah.
ears, but I hear you prominently, and he's still getting the hours.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it down. I'm trying to turn it down right to that moment before it mutes. And I'm a little hot.
That's what she said. Oh,
there. That's it.
Stop judging me, cat.
That should minimize. I've got it barely off of mute. Just bam.
Hi, Lucy.
I don't hear it anymore. Do you?
Nope.
Okay, good.
Yeah, my end, because I have it up too, I vaguely hear it, and that's perfect.
Yeah.
Here, have some beer.
Oh yeah.
Did you look at that? Do you see her?
And RB, we didn't cover anything about Anochad or those restaurant row for lunch or any of the hula hoops. We did cover some scooters last night.
Yeah, you did. You brought up scooters. Look at Lucy. She's sticking her paw in the glass. She's having some beer. That's my girl right there. She likes the tart beers. It makes her go. She likes them.
Drunk cat.
She stuck it out a year ago. I did several of the Guinness beers, the blonde, the extra stout, just the drought. She was up here, and I would let her sample each and every one. She loved those, but that was the last time before tonight that she's gotten into beer with me. So y'all there in the chat, this is a very special moment.
Fulton emailed me his song.
Ooh.
New original Christian song. I hope you enjoy it. I will listen to that later.
Mm-hmm. Good job.
Yeah, Samantha ended her stream by accident.
Yeah. She clicked the wrong button last night, and she was upset with herself by doing that. She just said, screw it, I'm going to bed.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Today I picked up a 350 milliliter of Fireball for $1 less than what I paid for the 750 milliliter bottle at a different liquor store. I'm like, I got screwed, but at the same time, I'm like, I kind of need it on hand when I hang out with the Clouds and Stouts guys and Cindy and all of them.
Well, we got a little extra money this payday because of a certain time of the year and what happens. But I'm going bourbon hunting here soon. I just didn't want to go right away when I first got it because I want to think about how I'm going to spend this little lump of cash. Because I'm going to Kentucky in May, and I'm not sure I want to spend it now or I want to wait because you can get some really good shit in Kentucky. And that you won't find here. So that's what I'm kind of debating over now is whether I hang on to 400 or 500, to go there and spend it while I'm there. I will have to spend some, but I mean, there's a normal amount I spend on bourbon every 2 weeks. And then there's like this extra amount that I could spend now. But I guarantee if I go to my honey hole here, they won't have enough. I couldn't spend it all there. I mean, because they don't have enough that I want. I would just be spending it because, So I don't want to do that because I want to get my hands on some more of that Calumet 14, 15, that type of stuff. Get some stuff that some of it, like if I can find some E.H. Taylor or something like that, because I found some before, but they wouldn't sell me. They said we have it a lot, but we don't have it now. And so I want to go back and try to get my hands on Stag, E.H. Taylor, shit like that. So, and that means I'll come home with 2 bottles and not, 8, but there'll be 2 nice bottles.
This cat is really liking this freaking beer. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
she's getting down.
Cat gonna fight you over that beer.
Yeah. All right. Well, you like the strawberry rhubarb from Great Divide. Guess what? The rest is mine. You've had enough. You're a little kitty. You can't have it all.
You're gonna fall off the arm of that couch in a minute.
I don't think so. She's just going for the flavor, but you can watch her.
Oh man, yeah. I saw your picture and I was like, you lucky bastard.
What do you get? What do you get?
E.H. Taylor.
Okay. Wow.
I really though, I want the William Little. Let me say this right. William LaRue Weller, from the antique line. And I want CYPD. And I'm not even trying to get a Pappy. You're not going to get it.
No, I've like, from what I've heard from people, like just spend your money elsewhere. You can get more bottles that are better, but it's
good. It's really, 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 really freaking good, but not $10,000 good.
Yeah,
for a bottle. I paid $20 a pour, and I drank plenty of pours over a couple of nights. But I was switching around between the E.H. Taylor, the CYPB, and honestly, when you compare Pappy, not the 23, but the 21 to CYPB, the CYPB is really freaking good.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Hey, Jerry J. You know how much you care? That's my girl.
He's gonna get conjunctivitis. Oh, Kitty Purrs. Hey, I saw your pictures.
Hey, Kitty Purrs, good to see you again.
I posted a comment and said, "Rock on."
Mhm.
Yeah, she got some pictures.
Oh yeah. So RB, get your butt up here. Got the link above. Come on up. Say hello, hello.
Yeah, I pinned it.
Mhm.
Yeah, Instagram. Yeah. I was like, damn. Yeah, I can hear Jimmy a little bit in the background, but
I can too. And I keep clicking over there to see how his progression is.
yeah, I keep bringing it up here too.
That is
He's doing
nice.
the Batman.
Yep. He's very good. Very, very, very good with that software.
Oh yeah, and I've tried stuff. I use for my thumbnails and even for cut like intro scenes and stuff. There's a program out there called Snappa.
Okay.
SNAPPA, and it does require a subscription. But when you get the subscription, it's unlimited downloads because that's how they stop you. You can go out there and create whatever you want. You just can't download more than like 2 or 3 a week or something. And if that's all you're doing, go for it. But I use the backgrounds and all that shit in like a bunch of different intro videos and shit I'm making. So I wanted to get the subscription, and I get high res.
Yeah.
The high res PNG images off of it, and it works really well at any frame rate or whatever. It looks good and sized it up there to HD. Now I will say, when you take those images and drop them in to like Adobe Premiere Pro or whatever video editing you're using, it will try to set the sequence settings to that small of an image, but all you have to do is go change them to the 19 whatever by whatever, and it'll put it in the HD, and it will make the image look smaller, and then you just expand it, make it like 142% or whatever, and it will fill the screen, and it does not lose image quality.
Yeah.
All right, we got RB here now.
Aha! Twisted his arm. What's up, my friend?
Hey.
Hey.
I'll come up for just a little bit.
Okay.
And yeah, me too.
Yep. A little bit
We
left.
gotta get some sleep tonight, man. It's like,
yeah.
We're losing an hour tonight, and Monday's going to hit you in the face.
It is, and that's my first day of work. I'm like, oh, really? That's the worst timing for a new job. Yuck.
Got a 7 a.m. flight Monday morning. So that'll be a real short one.
Yeah. I have a 5:45 a.m. flight about a month and a half from here to Florida. And the earliest I can get to the airport, the Denver airport is like massive. Well, I have an hour between the time I get to the airport till the time I can get to my gate.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it's about 30 miles from where you are.
Yeah. So, I'm catching a bus at 4 a.m. I'll get there at 4:45 a.m. and I have an hour to get through, TSA and all that garbage and get all the way to the furthest concourse and most likely the third furthest gate.
Joe, do you ever see them conspiracy theory videos on YouTube about the Denver airport?
No, I try to stay away from that shit.
I don't believe a damn thing, but yes, they do have a lot of tunnels underneath it.
Yeah, they're hilarious, man.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, get out of here.
Well, I mean,
every airport has tunnels, or if they can, tunnels or secret like areas to just be able to get stuff from one location to another quickly.
There is some weird stuff there. There are like gargoyles and stuff like that there, and there are big gigantic paintings that look like some guys killing children with a big sword. I mean, that stuff that's real. I just don't know why it's there or what it means.
Yeah.
I know the main one you're talking about in the terminal. I've actually like recorded it in a vlog, and I was going like to the center point and pulling out. As I was pulling out, I'm like, yeah, this is kind of twisted, but
Yeah.
it's really cool. And I think that's just, yeah.
Mm.
And have you looked at how the runways are patterned
Oh,
on the
yes.
map?
Yeah.
They
Damn, it
say
looks like a
twisted like it's a
swastika.
bad thing.
No, the runway patterns at Denver International. If you look at it like from a map standpoint, it does have that swastika look.
Yeah.
But it has nothing to do with it. It just has to do with how the air flows and everything goes, and how they can get all the airplane in and out as much as they need. But people are like, "Oh yeah, look at this, blah blah blah." I'm like, the winds in this area go either west to east, sometimes east to west, not very often, or north to south, sometimes south to north. That's just why the patterns are made.
Yeah, twisted. I think he meant that in a cool way.
I did.
He's like,
No, I'm not talking shit.
I was just kidding.
I was making sure you're still here. Hey, gosh darn Bacon, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Bacon? Where's Bacon?
Hot damn bacon.
Yeah,
Evening.
I can see. Like I've been in and out of that airport for the last 27 years, and I can see like there's some like oddities here, but I think they're mostly playing into the conspiracy theories at this point. Like, oh yeah, you think this is what's going on? Check out this new art installation, and people go, oh, no, they're just messing with people.
I know I think they put a neighborhood there now, or they did something with it. But back when I was going out there a lot, a buddy of mine lived out there, lived over in Cherry Creek area.
Mm-hmm.
And what they would do, and this was kind of cool, is on like one weekend a month, they'd go to the old airport, the old Stapleton Airport.
Yeah, there's nothing left. That's a neighborhood now.
Yeah, but they would set up these like basically like time trials where you could get out there with your souped up car or whatever and go, this little road course they set up on the old runways. And he'd go put the those like racing slick tires with no treads on there to get the grip on there. And he had an old car that he'd fixed up and go out there and do races out on the old runways. It was really cool.
Bacon, I will say that was factual about 10, 15 years ago, but now just the way the building up is going on along Pena Boulevard or even 470 out there, it's crazy. Like on Tower Road out just south of the airport, everybody calls that Hotel Row because you got the Holiday Inns and all that stuff for like 4 miles up that road, and then you just cut right to the boulevard right up to the airport. But yeah.
Hey RB, did you find the private chat I put out there? Over on the right side, there's a private chat.
Okay.
Click that and read that.
All right. There we go. Just a second. There's somebody knocking at my door. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I will say this, Twisted, that RB and I, when I was there, most of the time that we were hanging out and he knew me, I was single, right? And those guys would live vicariously through me, and I had no regard for what I was going to do, had done, or anything. And it was just all about having fun. And I would like dive bomb, whatever. I didn't care, right? Tables with women, I didn't care. And they would go out and we would, hook up at these clubs and stuff. And I was just there to have fun. And it wasn't anything about, to me personally, it wasn't anything sexual. Like if it turned into that, whatever.
Oh
Okay,
no!
I'm back. I had
Come
there
on,
was some stuff got
button.
on my keyboard. Some stuff got on my keyboard, and I went to swipe it off, and I'm on a Mac, and that phew, it just kicked me out of my own screen. Anyway, to me, it wasn't like the number one point wasn't anything sexual of what I was saying. It was just about having fun and hanging out and meeting people and all that stuff. And if it turned into that, whatever later, but that wasn't the goal. But you know, we would go out and do that, hang out and do all that type of stuff, and we would meet all kind of incredible people all the time. And we were also none of us were like judgy about anybody. I mean, whatever, you know, we're there to have fun. We're there to throw down, have fun, and whatever, you know, let the night go where it goes. But yeah, that's a lot of stuff happening in those times.
I thought I had muted, but I guess not. Glad I wasn't going to the restroom or nothing.
Yeah, you know, you never want to not mute if you go to the restroom.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But if you did, at least they heard you wash your hands after.
No, they didn't. I used the little squishy thing, the little
Oh yeah.
come back in. Hand sanitizer.
I'll be right back and need another beer.
Yeah, and hell, I use hand sanitizer more than the other. I just don't use it all the time because it'll dry your hands out.
Boy, it will.
But when I get drinking beer, I got to get back to my beer, man.
Yeah.
I use an expeditious version.
It ain't gonna drink itself.
And right now, see, I'm looking at the time. It's 8:45. I'm trying to hurry up and drink enough beer where I can go to sleep about midnight.
Yeah.
You know, that's my goal right now. If you hear a little going on in the background, I have Jimmy's channel on, and I have it like on like volume like 1 or something, you know, on the slider on YouTube. So you might hear a little background noise, but I've got it down really low because if I don't have if you mute, they don't get the watch hours. So I'm trying to give him watch hours. But right now, I'm gonna switch Chatio and I'm gonna put RB in charge because you know he is a mayor of a town. He can run this stream. Next will be Twisted if she's up here, and I'm gonna go. Hey.
And he's gonna mute. So Twisted, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. So nothing happened when you when you left last night, and you were afraid somebody was gonna jump on the mic and say something to embarrass you. Nothing happened. You were safe.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about that.
No, we were hoping, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, I did
Yeah, I
not mean to end my stream.
Yeah. Well, what was funny is it ended that, but then it just left the rest of us all sitting in there, and we went on for way too long.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. I'm glad everyone still had fun.
I think it was so. If it was after 2 when I finally went to bed.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jody,
Same.
hour ahead of me. So.
Yeah, it was pushing 3 your time, pushing 2 my time, or something like that. I was like, "Oh, guys, boys, great conversation, but I have nothing going on tomorrow. I just need to have some good sleep."
Yeah, I actually got up about 9:30, something like that. But that's super late for me normally. Mm-hmm. But I felt like I didn't feel like I drank all that much, and it wasn't that like I was hungover or anything. It was just I was dehydrated. I just been pounding water all day.
Yeah. No, I went through 3 of these big bottles of water today and picked up more. And about 2 o'clock, my neighbor's like, "So, you want to go get a beer?" I'm like, "Yes, I do."
Well, I went to buy beer today, and when I buy beer, I buy 6 of the 16-ounce 15 packs.
Okay.
And they have them at Total Wine for $15.99 a piece, and tax and all, it comes up to like $99.
Ooh.
And they last me a while.
Oh yeah.
But
Is that the Millers?
the Miller Lite. The problem is I didn't buy them until like 3 in the afternoon, so they're not cold yet. So I'm drinking Stella's and other beer in my fridge. So I may have to go to Bourbon here in a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Man, I'm gonna be so. I was thinking I probably I was gonna okay, I won't drink any bourbon tonight. I'll wait. But then I'm thinking no, I probably should tonight because I'm about to go on a stretch where I'm not going to have any for a while because you're on spring break with your kid and somebody else's. I wouldn't want them drinking, so I'm gonna behave myself.
Oh, see. So you're gonna lent the spring break. That's what I do.
Yeah, exactly. That, you know what? I can't do 40 days, but I can do 5 or 6.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll just pack it all in.
Oh yeah.
You know they're gonna drink anyway.
Well, they're 13. They will eventually.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I thought you meant Yeah, they will. They will. They'll get into it. Oh, bacon's here.
Oh God
What's up,
damn it.
bacon?
Bacon.
I heard something about bourbon. My ears are burning.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna. I have one.
Total Wine and more.
Well, Total Wine. That's where I buy my Miller Lite. I buy the 15 pack of the 16-ounce Miller Lights and the bottle can thing, and they're $15.99 a piece, and it comes up to like tax and all like $99 and something. So that's how I buy my beer. I take a cart, I fill it, then I pay for it, and I fill my trunk, and then I come home.
That sounds like a lot of heavy lifting, man.
It is, but you got to keep the guns up somehow.
Very true. For my show, also go to Total Wine and more, and I restock the usual stuff, and I'll get some sort of 12 pack for it. Last night I got what was it, a 12 pack of Stones or Storm Brewing beers.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. New
One of their IPA packs because I ran out of 12 packs that aren't just IPAs.
I'll tell you what I miss more than Total Wine. Well, I have a Total Wine here, but they can't sell alcohol or they can't sell whiskeys because it's Texas. It's North Carolina, and we have ABC law, with the ABC stores. But I miss Specs. When I was in Texas, I'd go into Specs and I'd buy everything I needed. I mean, they had liquor, beer, wine, everything.
Yeah, that kind of makes me a little bit more grateful about the one I have. I got a whole aisle of all different kinds of liquors, and Corey's, all that kind of stuff. They also have a humidor. Like a walk-in humidor in there too.
Yep. Yeah, I do. That's where I get my cigars. They have. There's one at the mall that has. There's a cigar store at the mall. But I tell you, Total Wine has just as good of a selection of cigars. They have everything that cigar shop has plus, and because they have the buying power for it, and it's not crowded. It's easier to get to. I can park 20 feet from the door and walk in. And at the mall, you have to park, wherever and make your way around. It's just faster.
All right, awesome. Yeah, that's funny. The one I go to, it's on a mall complex.
Oh, really? Well, the Total Wine I go to is several blocks away from the mall, but I was talking about the cigar store was in the mall.
Oh, I see.
Right, and so I've been there a couple times, but it's just too much trouble to get in there to buy cigars. and Total Wine has everything I need. So I've just been going there.
All right.
But
You know, it's kind of funny. Whoa.
Wait, where are you located, Bacon? What state?
I live in Washington. I live in Tacoma
Okay.
Lakewood area.
Okay. So in Texas, they have specs and they have actual food products and shit in there, but it's expensive. Like you can check there every once in a while, and they'll have like beluga caviar and stuff for like $130 a jar, stuff like that. But it's pretty cool.
Beluga caviar. That's not stuff I ever thought about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how much that's going for right now. There's no way I'm paying $130 for some caviar.
The last time when I was at Lowe's Foods here, somebody mistaken, and I know the guys there, so I was talking to them, and I was like, "Why do y'all have all this goddamn caviar?" So somebody had come in, and Lowe's Foods will order shit for you on a special thing. And so this guy comes in and says, "It's my wife and I's anniversary coming up. I would like to order a jar of the beluga caviar. I want these particular crackers and this exact cheese or whatever. And I just want one of, this much of each." But when they put the order in, they ordered case of it instead of just one. And it was a mistake. And so they had this big display going at Lowe's Foods about this special caviar cracker cheese combo. We've got it on aisle, whatever. They were doing like the blue light special, trying to get rid of it. And it was going, but I wasn't going to spend $400 on that because it would have cost $400 to buy the beluga caviar, the crackers, and the cheese.
Oh my
It's
god!
ridiculous.
Yeah, it would have
wow.
been. It was like $380 plus tax.
Oh,
Yeah.
mistakes were made.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It was beluga caviar, crackers, cheese, and a wine, a particular wine that was over it was like about $100 a bottle.
Oh, geez. What was it, like Stag's Leap or something?
Oh yeah, what do you need? Hang on. Hey guys, I'm gonna put Sam in charge. I'll be back shortly. Dog's missing. Hang on.
Twist is in charge. We're in trouble.
Hi, Twisted. You here?
Here.
Okay.
Hey, Gawani, by the way. Nice to see you.
Are you driving right now, Bacon?
Yeah, I'm headed to work. I'm only on for like the next half hour or so.
You have your windows open?
No, it's just raining.
Okay, that's what that noise is. I was making sure. I'm like, if your window's open, buddy, please roll them up. But you have no control over the rain because you live in the Pacific Northwest where it sucks.
Hey, man.
Hey,
dude, we've had 4 seasons up here for like the last 7 years or so, man.
We finally
this summer we actually we broke the record. We had like a drought for like 55 days or something.
We hit 90 days of no rain like every year in Denver. It sucks. But we actually had a fall that lasted from mid-September all the way up till Thanksgiving before it got really cold. And that's the first time in, as far as I can remember, that we actually got to watch the trees fully go through the evolution of fall and change colors and leaves all fall off before the snow takes it out. So it was really cool.
Dog came back, by the way.
You got your dog?
That's good.
Yeah. My wife is telling him, "Get away from me. Don't look at me." Shit. Scared her. But yeah, he's black. His name's Chadwick, and we named him Chadwick because Chadwick Boseman played Black Panther.
Oh.
And he's like I don't know. He's a mix. Our dogs are mutts, but he looks like a big black lab. But when he's outside, you cannot see him in the dark. But he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And he could be standing 10 feet from you. And it's like, if he's not making noise or something or coming,
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to see. He vanishes.
Ew. Sounds like fun.
Yeah, he's like midnight shiny black. But yeah, he came back. So I figured he would because this is the only home he knows. We got him when he was barely weaned.
Well, he knows where the food is. I mean, there's that.
Hmm. I mean, this dog is probably if he well, if he would lose a dog fight, I will tell you that because this dog is pampered. All he knows, air conditioned, heat, in house, you know, all that. He's Jason, little Jay. I keep trying to go visit him, but I keep coming back to little Jay. The link is pinned, man. If you want to jump up,
Yeah, come up here.
yeah,
There you
we're
go.
just having fun, hanging out.
I do the same thing every night, but yeah, I keep remembering. Oh, that's where all my bourbon and beer is. That's at home. You know, I should probably go back there.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, I know from traveling how expensive alcohol can be out in the bars, and even like going to new places. Like I've spent, like here, I would spend $15.99 on X ounces of beer, and it's like $30 to get it in another state. And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? I'm paying double, you know. But you get used to wherever you are, you know. But going to bars, man, you can run up $150 tab. Like, ooh, what's up, Samantha Lee?
Hey, Miss Samantha Lee, how are you doing?
Nice to see you. I never did get how anybody could run a tab like that.
Oh,
I mean, you know, every time I went to the bar, this is back when I actually went to bars. You know, I would pregame before I went there.
oh yeah.
So, like, you know, when I get there, you know, I'm just maintaining or whatever. I think the largest bar tab I've ever had was like $60 or something. That's because I was like, you know, buying myself and some other people's shots and stuff.
Oh, I used to buy women drinks all the time, whatever. I'd buy the table around, you know, shit like that. I'd run up. But when drinks are now at the Marriott hotel bars is what I'm talking about. And they're going to upcharge you anyway. I mean, it's like $7.50 for like a Bud Light at a hotel bar.
Wow.
And then it goes up from there. I mean, that's the cheapest thing on their menu. And yeah, I could run up $150 easy, just me. And then if I bought someone a couple of drinks or whatever, but some of these clubs we go to, like the bigger, badder the club in Dallas, the more expensive the drinks are, because they got to pay for that shit somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And they got the big DJs and they've got all this live music going. I mean, there was Sam. You know where Four Seasons is?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so I don't even know if it's still there, but there used to be a nightclub in North Dallas called Four Seasons, and the bar, the deal was laid out where there was a countryside and like a pop or whatever, you know, DJ mix side on current stuff, and then in the middle there was like a cigar lounge, like quieter area, and then a game room, and that's why they called it Four Seasons, because you could walk around through the whole thing. And they would be boot scooting and line dancing over on one side, and it was just oops, oops, oops over on the other side.
I like
And
that.
they would have like live DJs over here. They would do live music on the countryside, and you pay one entry, and you're there. You can go. It's like Disneyland for drunks. Okay, and
That's
you know,
epic.
you go in and you can go through.
Disneyland for drunks.
Yeah,
Now you got my
that is what we call Epcot.
Yeah, right, right. Yeah, and you can, yeah. But here's my problem with Epcot. If they would put all of the drinking in the countries in the front, it would be so much better, because I have to walk all the way back to the back of the bubble, and then and I can get back there because I'm motivated, right?
Yeah.
And I always take the right side and I hit London first, and then I'm like, you know, buying the stuff, and I have to carry it around. I need to go the other way because you hit like Mexico or something around that way, But you go all the way around, and there I forget how they're laid out, but it's like there's Germany in there, there's Japan, there's France, there's Istanbul or whatever, and you finally get all the way around, and then you're drinking all through all that thing, and then you have a half a mile to go to get to back to the shuttle. You know,
the tram or the monorail and all that
Whatever,
shit. Yeah,
whatever
it's not close to the entrance. Hell
Oh
no.
hell no! And man, when you're like buzzing and trying to stumble your way back up, but luckily they put this huge dome in the middle of it where space thing is, you know.
Spaceship Earth, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it's got so no matter where you are, you look up and you see the moon, and you're like, okay, it's getting bigger, so I know I'm heading in the right direction. But whew. They need a back entrance for old people who drink.
They do through one of the newest resorts that's like basically on the backside. I saw that in a video recently on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, but a hotel room in that place is like $250 a night. I'm not paying that crap.
Yeah, whatever. We're staying on the boardwalk when we go in the fall, but
Ooh, okay.
But you can see the dome from across the lake on the boardwalk, and so we got the room where we have the balcony and we can watch the fireworks show at night. Because
that's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, and all the restaurants are there on the boardwalk anyway, and we can eat wherever, you know. Because I'm going to be blitzed.
Have you sent Samantha Lee a link or not?
Oh, it's pinned in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
anybody
Samantha Lee, if you want to come up, please come up.
Yeah.
Come hang out. Come say hello.
can.
We'll be here for a bit.
But no, I mean, we would go to Four Seasons, and of course, we wouldn't get to Four Seasons until like 9 o'clock at night. That's the earliest. And we would get there about 8:45 because we wanted to get like a pub table at the front entrance to the side, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get there early, you can't grab one of those tables, right? So, of course, we would hook up about 7 o'clock. We would eat a good dinner. We would be drinking beer. We would be doing all kind of stuff, and then we would get there. But the volume of shit I would drink that night is like incredible. And yeah, I would run up a pretty good tab. And it would I think I would probably run up about $80, $85.
Oh yeah.
But I've been to places before that 150 was nothing, you know.
Right.
And the more you drink, the looser your wallet gets, and you just and but no, we were there one night in RB, and he's not here to defend himself, but he will confirm this story. So when you walk into Four Seasons, you could go left or right. You could go straight ahead into the cigar bar place, but left was country, right was like modern DJ, that, yeah.
Yep.
And we would go to the right, and when you walk in, there's like this foyer area, like low, and then you can go straight on through the door and take a few steps up and get to the pub tables, or you can go left through that area and take a few steps up, and then the bar was on the left and ran forever. I'm talking about, you know, several tens of feet down through there, you know, was the big bar. And we would make a beeline up and grab a pub table, and you could overlook and see everyone walking in and out. And then all the dance floor was off back that way. And they would do pictures. People would come in on a weekend, and they would have Polaroid cameras and stuff, and they were taking pictures of people. Oh, you want a picture for $5? Line up, and everybody in the group and everything. So RB decides to photobomb folks. They're all lining up and everything. He gets behind them, and he's like, and all that. And he's like, and then they take the picture, and he runs back around, you know, because they're all looking at the camera. They don't see him. And the camera person doesn't know if he's part of that group or not. And so he comes back, sits at the table, and he goes, man, when they get those pictures, they're gonna be like pissed. And I'm like, you know, those are Polaroids, right? They're getting them right now. We're just shaking them out and handing them to him. He's like, oh shit. And he started.
That's pretty interesting to. That's pretty interesting to hear about the Four Seasons. I've never been in one, And so I just assume that's because like if you pick one corner, like you'd be in like a log cabin and it'd be snowing on you, all night.
No, yeah, well, yeah, it's just a clever name for a club, but yeah, I mean, but there were people that would pay a
Okay.
$20 cover to go into Four Seasons, the club, and just go play pool all night.
Right. Like,
They would
wow.
just go in that game room, and the game room was like closed off to the rest of it. Like when someone opened the door to come in, it was like a double trap door, like a bathroom.
Yeah.
And if both doors were open, you would hear the ooms, ooms coming from there, or the coming from the countryside or whatever. But otherwise, it was just softer music playing, and people were in there just shooting pool and throwing darts and just hanging out in a more quiet area. And the cigar bar was kind of like that, but it had like a person at the door watching it, and they would let people in, and they would say, "Don't open that door till this one closes," and they would close that door, and then but that was a high dollar room, if you went in there. So they took a little more care in feeding on it, I guess.
Man, it's been a long time since I've been to any kind of club.
Oh, me too, but we're talking about in the early 2000s here.
It's been 3 years for me. My buddy was not a headliner, but he's up in the secondary room, and we were laughing our asses off because the main floor DJ, there was that floor was a quarter filled. That secondary room where my buddy was DJing, it was packed. We were just laughing the whole time. I was like, dude, you still have it. And that's the last time that he was brought in to play because he outshined the headliner that people paid tickets for, who was like bombing. But my friend was like dropping
Mayberry.
It's like, come on now. Don't kick this guy off of your shit because he outshined some 22-year-old while he's like 39 years old or whatever at the time. It's like, dude, it was so much fun. He had
more experience,
Well, he had a feeling that it was going to be his last time because he had nothing else scheduled beyond that. So he just dropped everything he could, and it was just so much fun.
Well, I haven't been to a club in a lot of years. I used to do that when I was younger.
I don't think I'd ever go back to a club. I don't want the clubs to watch my friends DJ. And
it's not really my thing. Well, I like concerts. I don't really like clubs.
Yeah. Some of the DJs, though, are pretty good. I mean, like, even with TVMA up, I don't want to say some of the stuff they were yelling out in the club. I mean,
but that's the thing. When I go to clubs, the DJ doesn't have a freaking microphone because what you're supposed to do is play music, mix it, tweak it, and get the crowd going. Not put your hands up, yeah. No, that's because your set sucks and you're trying to get engagement. You're trash.
No, but some of the better DJs will come on there and beatbox a little bit, and some of them will have like they won't overdo it, but they'll come on there every once in a while and do like their little thing that they set up.
Yeah,
as like an interlude, to the next set or whatever. But they would be like, "Where are all the girls out there?"
Yeah.
In my opinion, good DJs should have a microphone and they should keep the crowd like hyped up.
No, you play the freaking music. Let the music do the talking. That's that.
I disagree.
I've been DJing for 20 years, Twisted, and you let the music do the talking. You let the music tell a story. I'm a storyteller.
Okay, but DJ. I disagree with that. I don't think it should be all 100%.
So when's the last time you saw Skrillex, Twisted? Like 2 years ago, you went out and saw Skrillex.
Can I have an opinion? Am I allowed to have an opinion?
Yeah, and I agree with Twisted, by the way. The good DJs. I don't want a bad DJ talking too much. They're like, how's everyone doing tonight? No, you got to be like, what? And it goes.
Well, that's why an MC is involved because the DJs are busy, focused on their set. And the MC says, say what, throw your hands up for blah, blah. And the crowd goes, yeah. And just like that periodically, but if someone's
Periodically,
constantly on the
right.
It
microphone,
should be periodic, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be balanced.
but
Yeah,
now
you got somebody
nowadays
talking too
the
much.
DJs and every song is like, "What do you think about this song?" Yeah, it's tight, eh? And it's like, no, get the mic out of his hand because he can't mix, and he's horrible at emceeing.
Get your ass up here.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you take nobody nowhere unless you get your ass
No,
up.
but I'm just saying, it's just, I've even listened to DJs who I've been listening to for 20 plus years, and I've listened to like, oh my God, new song out. And it's just like, no, that's absolute rubbish. That is trash. I'm not
Well,
listening
since
to it.
my opinion aligns better with Twisted, she's in charge while I go take a piss.
Okay. But I've been a trance DJ for 20 years, and trance music is no longer around. Trance music is dead. It is now house music, and I haven't DJ'd in 3 years.
See you later, RB.
Bye, RB. Aw. Duty calls. Oh no. The mayor's got to walk.
Oh,
Enjoy yourself.
our
Yeah, but
RB's
I don't
leaving.
know. I just even, and that's what happened when my friend did his last DJ set at a public venue was the DJ who was a main streamer was just on the mic the whole time, but my buddy's up there just playing his house music, doing a great set, just having a blast. But the thought I said is, I'm 42 years old. This is probably the last gig I'm going to get. And he just went all out. The whole crowd heard about it just through, hearsay at the club, and everybody was in that smaller room. To the point, it was getting so crowded. I looked at my friend and just said, "Well, I just won't let me go behind the booth." He said to me, "Like, yeah, come back here," because it was getting so crowded, and I was getting anxious. So I was just way off on the side, just kind of going like that. And his last song that he dropped ever was like, it was definitely just basically a mic drop, a big banger, and it was awesome. But he never had the microphone. There was always someone there in between, but down on the main level, they'd look at the DJs like, here's the tables or whatever we use anymore. They don't even use like regular turntables anymore. Vinyl's dead and it sucks in clubs. But they handed him a microphone. The guy's like, "Oh, what should I play next?" and stuff like that. The crowd's just like, "Screw you. You should already have a set in your mind going into it."
Yeah, like why are we doing your job?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? I'm not like, this isn't like, oh, call, blah, 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 1-800, request a song. And that's what it's turned into at nightclubs. And
Well, I can tell you this: I've never been a DJ, but I've DJ'd at home, right,
Yeah.
for home parties.
oh yeah. Well,
And
that's
I
just-
mean, I did that shit back when I had the 30 disc like Sony, back in the 90s, before we had MP3s and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I had to like go through and put like disc this, like that. I had 3 big cassettes that went in. They would hold 10 CDs a piece, and I could do A to 12. You had to go through and read the back of the CD to see what track it was on and all that. And I would set up a playlist and program that damn thing. Took me hours to do that.
Yeah.
But I would try to pick songs that would take you through the night. And every once in a while, you got to put like a slow song in case people want to get cuddly. But then you push it back up again, and get going. You got to keep the mood up. And,
yeah.
But no, you're taking requests all night. What if you got something funny done?
I know. Well, when I DJ'd, when I did do it, because it's been about 6 months since I've done anything with it, I would start out with one beat. This is dance music, techno music and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That BPM would be going through, and I would either take it like start up high, like at like 138 BPM, and take it down to 132, but make it go smooth.
Right.
Or up the other way. Now these DJs are just up and down all over the place. It's like there's no flow to this. You're not telling a story. You're just playing hits in a nightclub that people are paying $60 to come see you for. No, like back in the day, 20 years ago, if you went and saw a DJ, you would hear a story just through the music, through the vocals and stuff. You would feel like there's a story being told just because everything flowed. And that anymore, it's just up and down all over the place.
Yeah, I would actually try to find songs that made sense going after each other, but I didn't try to tell a story through the night, but I mean, I'm not a DJ either. I was just sitting up. But my house party shut the club down.
Mhm.
I'll tell you that.
You know, but yeah, if my friend, I talked to him. I'll just say his name is Blake. He's a local teacher, but like we talked a couple of weeks ago. I was like, "You remember my last set?" I was like, "Yeah, dude, 3 years ago, you brought the freaking house." He was like, "I miss it so much." And I was like, "Well, just
You don't want me as a DJ. I'm just gonna play songs from SpongeBob SquarePants, like the movies and stuff.
what? My buddy did play something that he sampled some like quotes and stuff in SpongeBob and a little bit, not overdoing it, but just here and there of like Patrick and SpongeBob. There's just silly quotes, and it fit the beat, and the crowd's like, "Holy crap!" And he was just sampling as he was playing. I'm like, that's what makes a DJ, and that's beyond my scope of DJing because I just take, produced songs and just make it flow and kind of let go my emotions and stuff. But yeah, it's But
Actually, reminds me, my
he was sampling a little bit, and we're just like, I was just like off on the side next to the bar, kind of leaning there, away from the crowd, next to like this steps to the booth, and I was just like looking at him like, dude, you're like that. Like he read my lips, like you're effing killing it, man. Ooh, some RTD2. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I remember my dad actually, he was a DJ for a while. I was growing up. I got to go along with him to a couple of gigs he would have. Like he'd do like birthday parties and stuff, block parties. It's a good time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like my buddy did it from, and he's done with it. He's like, I every time I text, my promoter, he just ghosts me. He's like, obviously, he wants a younger crowd. But he did it from like 1997 until 2019. That's a pretty good local go.
That's a long run.
While working as a full-time teacher and everything, and he just get gigs at like downtown Denver clubs and stuff, and yeah, it was just like it was awesome. Like I was able to go there and just go on his list, and I saw a lot of like major DJs over the years. Like you guys ever watched what's that show? Oh crap! It had Hodor. Who's Hodor? What show is that from?
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Hodor became a DJ. I was right next to Hodor and his DJ booth, and throughout it, we're just high fiving him. That guy was awesome.
Yeah. So I need to say something to Kitty Purrs. Yeah, these clubs are not gentlemen's clubs.
No.
Strippy clubs or whatever you want to call them. But I will say I'm not worried about you going to a club, like a real club. I'm worried about you going to a real club with Lil J, because you don't just jump. Like if all you've ever done.
I can't hear you. I gotta mute the other YouTube thing.
Yeah, you do.
You're good, John.
But what I'm saying though is, if you're going to ride that Bronco, the most experience you've ever had, if it's been like these little horsey rides where the horse just follows the one in front of it and everything, it's not going to be the same thing. So be ready, because
All right. Okay, I got to run. I got to get to work.
All right.
All right, Bacon. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for jumping up, man.
Have a good one.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, nice to see you, John. I'll see you around.
Yeah.
You bet.
I will say I'm going to end it here. My best club-ish experience was Red Rocks in Colorado. Everyone knows what Red Rocks is.
Mm-hmm.
It was called Rave on the Rocks way back in the day. DJ Tiesto, he played there, and he won a 3-hour set, and it was like one of the greatest sets I ever heard. The crowd was going wild. Lights were going off the rocks on the side and everything. The sound was awesome. The weather was perfect. You look up listening to music, you look up in the heavens to see all the stars. You're like, man, this is euphoric. This is awesome. That was the best experience I had with club music. I'm like, damn.
Oh yeah, man, I've been to some of those amphitheater type things before and all that, and it's nice. I mean, I found myself in places traveling around, like very bohemian, over in certain places in Europe and stuff. And some of them would invite me to something. Oh man, you got to come. You got to come with us. And I'm like, all right, I'll go. I'm game. And man, I would find myself in situations like that. It was just incredible.
Yeah. Kitty Purr's I'm with you. I'm over the club days, and so are all my local friends. We're just like done. We have one friend. He gets a gig here or there and invites us. We're like, dude, it's not worth going downtown. And we love you, man, but it's just, fighting the traffic, fighting the crowds, and dealing with the young generation. We're over it.
Oh yeah. And
Yeah,
now,
Kitty Purr's
I wouldn't go now. I wouldn't go now
Nope.
because everybody be looking around like, who's the old fuck?
Yep. There was this, and it was the owner of one of the clubs that was up there, and this was maybe 10 years ago, that my buddy was doing a set. He had a long white beard. He kind of moved around a little bit like that. And I asked him to play, I'm like, who's this guy? They're like, oh, yeah, no, that's the owner. And I'm like, we were all like, and I like spread the word around. I'm like, that's the owner right there in the middle dancing around. And he was probably in his late 70s, and everybody was just like watching him and just excited because it was cool. But yeah.
Oh, okay. He had a story, right?
He had a story that showed up there. Like, I'm in my late 30s. I'm not going to a freaking dance club. It's
If I went to a club now, I'm a wannabe pedophile.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, even though they're 21, I still though look at the difference and what.
Even at 38, I got you. Yep.
Yeah, we have a club around here. It's probably about 15 miles away from me, 20 minutes, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's called Cancun Cantina. Yeah, and they have the rock side, and then they have the countryside.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember going there, maybe not even that long ago. I don't know, maybe 10 years is a long time ago. I don't know.
Well, at our age, 10 years makes a hell of a difference.
But I got approached by somebody at the bar who thought she knew me. So that was fun. It blew my head up for a little bit, but whatever. I ended up getting very intoxicated, stumbling out of the place, and getting into my truck. And I think I fell asleep in the truck for a couple hours. I'm not a good club person. I'd rather stay home.
Yeah,
It's cheaper.
I've had bar nights just like that. It's just like I think we've even done with bars.
Oh, I've left my car at so many bars, clubs, whatever. I would be in there, and people would be like, "Oh, we bought these shots for the table," and all of a sudden, I'm like, "I need to go to the," and they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "I need to go take a food," and they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "I'll be back," and then I'd go to the bathroom and take a piss, and I come back, and like I was doing like an S curve all the way back.
Yeah, like, time to go.
I'm calling an Uber. It's like or cab back then. It wasn't an Uber.
Yeah.
And then I would have to take a cab the next day to go pick up my car.
I have neighbors who do that, and they're what, 50, almost one's around 50, the other's around 60. Yeah. They do that like twice a month. I'm like, guys, just drink at home. I'll give you some bourbon. I'll give you some vodka. I'll give you some rum.
To drink at home.
Just stay at home at this point. You're paying too much money out at the bars.
But no, I don't want to go spend $100 at a bar when I can sit here and drink $10 worth of beer and be happy.
Yeah, my neighbors have been like,
save that $100 and get a good bottle of bourbon.
Yeah, that's right. See, I spend that extra money I have to build this shelf.
Right. Exactly.
All right, we got Lil J. Now, all we need now is Kitty Purr's to come up.
What's up, Lil J?
What up?
It's now story time with Lil J.
Yeah, your face is way to the right.
Yeah.
Nope, other way. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That's
He's
center.
fine.
That's better.
That's
Can you
center.
see
Yeah,
this?
you're good.
You're
Yeah.
fine. Little
Yeah.
Jay, you're fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it.
That's
See
not
this
fine.
little J right at you.
Oh, he thinks we're number one.
It was
Yeah, we're all number one.
you know, what was that? What was that video game? Flappy Bird?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Flappy Bird.
Yeah.
There. Can you see that?
Oh, what was a game I played even recently, probably in the last 6 months? There's
see
a
the
go
chat.
fuck
I don't know
a
if I do
sword
that.
spurt or something like that, and its
Go
wing
fuck a
would just
sword.
go like that, and it's like it's at a zoom, and I'm like flying its case like that. I'm like, oh my god.
So Kitty Purse does not drink,
No.
Well,
but
sorry
she
about that.
supports
I can't
all of us.
club then.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has to be funny, Lissy, to watch us sit up here and drink and see the progression through where we're headed. And you're stone sober, so you can see all of it.
Oh, Steve Paradise,
hey,
come on up.
What's
Come
up,
on up,
Cindy?
Cindy. Come on.
Cindy.
Say hi. I miss you. Yeah, I can. I can
Don't
imagine.
make me
watching
break out the hat.
Break out the hat. What hat?
How do you see that?
Oh, John's got himself a hat, and it showed up late last night at the V Bar. Let's see that hat. Don't act like I didn't see you at the V Bar, buddy. Yeah,
Which one you want, the polka dots or the Rasta?
I'd rather go with the Rasta because that's good. Yeah. You should see John's hat. It's about to come up. It is
Okay.
awesome.
All right. We're waiting. I'm ready.
It's like the Mad Hatter, but in real life, it's great.
He's got to get all in dreadlocks out the way.
Yes, I love it.
Man.
No, on the V Bar last night, just
no
wearing it like, whatever.
Yes.
I love it, man. I told you that you just need to start doing live streams or coming up on random people's live streams with that hat on, and it's gonna go good. That is your shtick. Go for it.
Jay, would you wear that to a club?
I wear that anywhere. I wear
Oh,
it
yeah,
to
I
a
know
damn
you
funeral.
would. You'd put a condom on your head if you thought it would get you laid.
I'd wear that hat in public. I wouldn't care. I'd just be like, I'm just buying my groceries. Why is everyone
I
taking
wear that to my
pictures?
mom's funeral.
I wore this hat to Grateful Dead concerts.
There you go. Heck yeah.
But I'm just saying, Uncle Sam, psychedelic Uncle Sam, if you walked into a club like that, you would be popular.
Listen, come up.
Yeah.
You would, because you got to stand out, man. That's the whole thing. You know?
Trust me, I know. Yep.
That would be a cool ass hat, especially if you walked around bobbing all night and like interacting with folks and doing things
Yeah.
and be like, "What's up?" You know.
Yeah. I can't see the chat though. That's what sucks.
You can bring up YouTube and just mute it in the background,
If you have like a second screen or a device.
or you can just like if you're on a computer, you can like put StreamYard on one half and or 2/3 and put the chat up on 1/3. You can do
Right.
that.
Just open two windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always just
I'll
look
try
at the comments from StreamYard.
I've got StreamYard in
But
front
what
of
do
me.
you mean you can't see
Comments,
the chat?
YouTube
Because on
comments.
StreamYard,
I'm always
you can
behind
see
the
it.
comments. I'm always behind the comments on other streams, but that's okay. Kitty Purse, come up here if you want. Come say
Yeah,
hello.
yeah. Come on, Lissy. Get
Yeah,
up here.
it's been a long time since we've seen you.
Lissy has very interesting tattoos.
Like the cat.
Yep. She's got awesome
Hey,
tattoos.
I do too, actually, on my legs. But I'm gonna jump out of here for a little bit because I think I'm gonna start my stream tonight at around 10. I'm
Okay.
gonna go get some
About a
stuff
half hour.
done, and I'll probably be back before you're done.
Okay.
Yeah, so what, an hour and a half
Yeah,
or
we can-
something?
Yeah,
Well, it's 30
Go ahead.
minutes or an hour and 30.
an hour and 30.
Okay. Yeah. And
So
let
yeah,
us
you
know.
can get a bunch of watch time.
There you
Okay,
go.
let us know, and then we'll jump over there.
Yep.
Because
Alrighty.
Jimmy's stream ended, by the way.
Yeah, he did an art stream, and yeah, and that's what he's
Alrighty,
gonna
I'll see
do
y'all
over
in a
there.
few.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yep.
All right, Sam. See you later.
No, he already said it. It's like this is just art streaming. I may go for 30 minutes. I may go for 24 hours. who knows how much art I have in me at one time. So I like that.
I hope Lissy decides to come up here. She's come up before.
Yeah, she's come up on
Come on, Lizzie.
panels. It's been a while.
Come on.
She may have to like throw some makeup on or something. I don't know. All I have to do is like just brush my beard right quick. It takes me like 3 seconds.
Yeah, same.
Oh, I've already told you.
Same way.
I got in a fight with my razor the other night, and my beard is basically looking like I'm a hobo.
And I don't need to brush this thing off.
Even my neighbor's like, even my neighbor when we went up to the brewery is like, "What the heck happened to your beard?" I'm like, "I trimmed it down." He's like, "Dude, you look like Joe Dirt. It grows here, but it doesn't grow right there." I was like, "Yeah, pretty much. I'm Joe Dirt." Mine just does not grow well, and even if I try to grow it out, it just stops at a certain point.
Little Jay, what you chawing on, man?
Some skull.
Skull. That's a lot of fucking skull.
It ain't.
I see it right there.
You got it packed
It's a
in,
little-
man.
Yeah, I see the pocket. I see it.
skull.
Yeah, I thought you had like some days of work or something chawing
I
over
have
there.
worn this. I have worn this hat
I got-
to a bar.
Mm.
And I said what I was never gonna do again. I'm signing up for softball, man. I said I wasn't gonna do it, brother, but I'm doing it.
Dude, softball? Really?
Soft ball?
Okay, wait. I gotta back up.
mean,
Where's my
softball can be fun.
But you got to hear the backstory. So Lil J
No.
was on a farm team for the Yankees.
And-
You know, he was about to
Did I
get called
try
up.
Here's the deal, man. I got invited to Braves camp when I was 18. I tried with the Rangers. Man, I can't do this. Is this live? Wait,
We're live.
let
Yes.
me check.
live?
Is this
Yeah,
live?
it's live. It's live. Chatty is getting ready to hit something.
So
My microphone. It's right there.
this,
I'm
this,
not
this
gonna do
better,
it.
this better not be real. So, man, I can't believe this. So, I said I was going to hang it up. So I'm going to try out. Well, not try out, but I said when I hung them up, that was it.
Yeah.
Man, I'm going to play fucking slow pitch softball.
You are going to be hitting fucking home
Man.
runs. He can slap the fucking ball. to the
I've
fucking
got
wall.
a good snap. I've got really good snap. It surprises like the
Okay,
opponents.
let me tell one story. This is the only time my nose got crushed. You remember we were playing intramural softball in the Air Force.
Yeah.
We were at the park. We were warming up, and you were throwing the ball, and I had to one hop it to you because you were so far away, and you would get it to me in the air. I mean, this guy's got an arm that
I
won't
bet.
freaking quit, right? So he was throwing the ball, and he threw it, and it's a softball, so it's big, and all the spin on it doubles the movement from like a baseball. And this ball's whizzing in and coming down, and I'm trying to run to this side and cross arm and glove it, and it comes down and it hits the edge of a sidewalk. Like there was you know how the grass goes, and there's a sidewalk, and it makes a sharp edge, and the ball hit my unfortunate,
Wow.
hit right on the edge and came straight back into my nose. It knocked my nose over here on the side of my face. Boom!
Oh, you
I
broke
threw
your
my
nose.
glove off, and immediately, and I went, and the softball, of course, when it hit my face and knocked my nose over, just died right there.
Yeah.
And I picked it up and I slammed it back to the ground, and he thought I was pissed because I missed it.
Oh.
I wasn't. I was pissed because my nose was over here on the side of my face.
Yeah,
That thing was coming in at like 102 or something.
Jeez. I think the worst I took in softball was in a practice. And I'm like, you know what? I can whip it over there. I can whip it the second, whip the first. I want to play the hot corner. And it was just an unfortunate bounce. Hit me square in the mouth. Ball dropped. I threw it to first base. Good throw. And I just spit a big blob of blood out. And the person who was their coach says, yeah, you're going to the outfield. I'm like, but I stopped the ball, didn't I?
Right, with your
face. He's like, with your teeth. I'm like, you saw that bounce, man. That was just one of those, that was a fluke bounce. It caught it's just a pebble. It just went straight up.
Right.
He's like, yeah, but you hesitated too much. The person would have been safe. I'm like, okay, so the next person that's going to play third base will lose some teeth. Have fun with it. I'm going out the left field. Go back, yeah.
I set my own nose, by the way.
Oh,
when I went to the flight surgeon, and
they go fast.
She's like, "Well, here's what's going to happen, right? Because your nose is over here under your eye, so either I'm going to set it or you're going to set it." And she's like, "Which would you prefer?" And I said, "Me." And she said, "Okay, here's what you do: put your hands like this, put them over your nose." And she said, "Don't hesitate when it's time. I want you to jerk your head to that way and jerk your hands that way. And your nose will pop back in place." She said, "You have to hit it hard." And I had been in Taekwondo, Taharu, Arnis Lanada. I knew when you go to commit to breaking a board or something, you boom, you punch through it. So I was ready. I put my hands up there. And she goes, no. Do it over the sink. And I was like, okay. So she takes me over to the sink and she goes, "Look, when you pop it back in place, all kind of stuff's going to come out. Don't be worried about that.
Yep.
There's a lot of buildup in there." So I was getting all ready and I was like, pow. And when I did, my arms probably went like this or whatever.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was like water and snot and blood and everything just woof.
Yeah.
But and I had 2 black eyes for a month and a half. I mean, it was bad. But it was all because
you're okay.
Of Lil J.
Papers. Yep. It's all your fault.
It's all your fault, Lil J.
You should have been a Yankee. Just kidding.
Hidden numismatist. How's it going? All right.
Hey.
Have you heard of bourbon whiskey being mixed with Diet Coke? I'm not a fan. I am not a fan of mixing. I don't want to. I don't want to cloud my bourbon. I like it straight, neat, and in a.
Yeah, I used to drink a lot of bourbon mixed with Diet Coke. That was my thing. But I'm not on that anymore.
Well, RB was up here earlier, and that was one of his things. He liked whiskey. I won't say just bourbon, but whiskey and Diet Coke. And then we got off on the Crown and Ginger Ales. That's what fucked us up in Baltimore that night. And we drank a lot of them. A lot. That was the all right, bye.
I love it.
He's like, I'm going back for all right, bye.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
Yeah, that was,
oh my god.
Here, Lissy Ann.
Hi.
Lissy Ann, nice to meet you.
girl.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Lissy Ann.
Yes.
I saw your picture.
I know.
She got pillows.
I saw a picture too.
Yeah, I haven't seen them yet, but I'm sure I will.
Just playing with you, Lissy Ann.
They look so soft.
Oh my.
Yeah, I got a lot of pictures on there. That's like my only fan page. So if you want to see something, You'll probably see it there.
Yep. Little Jake keeps getting bumped down, but he'll be back. He'll be back.
Yeah, he's got this.
Hey, it wasn't you. Just because you came up doesn't mean he dropped.
Yeah,
He's
see, he
done
didn't
this-
want to see me. That's okay. You know, I
No,
scare people. It's all right.
nah, you won't scare little Jay.
You don't scare anybody.
No, not at all.
Oh, my computer is doing an update and I can't use it. Oh, now it's reset. Oh, fuck it.
Yeah, mine. I had to update mine
Yeah, it's like,
manually a few days ago. Both my computers. One's on Windows 10. The other one's on Windows 11. They both said, "Hey, we got to update the same day." I'm like,
yeah.
all right,
So I
whatever.
can't get on there. I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
Hooray. No, little Jay will be back. I know he will.
Oh yeah.
But I'm trying to sit here and wait on him and shake my leg. But I'm out of beer. I need to piss. And little
Oh
Jay.
no, you out of beer? You just picked up something.
No, I mean in my glass. Like
Okay.
within arm's reach. It's over there.
Yeah.
John Ross. John Ross.
John
You
Ross
haven't been
in
in charge. Come on.
There you go.
No, wait.
No,
you
he's
just
like, no,
you just
wait.
have to talk. You just have to keep the
Well,
conversation.
yeah, just let Chatio, just engage Chatio. Ask him.
I'm classically trained. That's
Okay,
about it.
well, since you're trained, so teach me, Chatio. What am I supposed to talk about until he gets back?
Whatever you want. You want to start a conversation? I've left my chat and said, "You're in charge." I said, "What do I talk about?" And I had to go to the bathroom. I said, "Just talk about birds." And I just muted everything up and walked away.
Okay,
It was Joey Edibles, and he was talking about freaking cardinals. When I came back, I was like, "Yes."
Okay, well, when I was younger, I had a parakeet.
There you go.
And I'm not talking, excuse me, I'm not talking super young. I actually bought a parakeet when I was 22 years old.
Nice.
Nice.
I taught that parakeet how to come and go out of his cage. He would fly over to my shoulder. He knew how to talk. So I would say, hello, pretty bird, and the bird would say, pretty bird. The bird knew how to say, I love you. I'm an animal person, so I'm all about animals.
Me too.
Have you ever heard a bird that was nervous in a car traveling across the country, and it starts singing "If I Only Had a Brain" from The Wizard of Oz, and then randomly starts singing the what's that? That dude? No, not Bewitched. Andy Dick Van Dyke Show.
Yeah, no,
It would start singing that theme song, and my friend was like, "I never taught my bird either of those." I'm like, "It's inbred."
Yeah, see, at the time when I had the bird, I was a heavy metal kind of guy.
Okay.
And that was a little too much for the bird, I think.
Oh. There's some birds that like put their head feathers up and just headbang to it. I've seen videos of that. So funny.
Yeah, that would be a cockatoo or a cockatiel.
Right. So Jay wants me to send the link to his phone.
Feather.
All right, yeah, send Jerry a link.
All right, I'm
all right, Mayberry. You have a good night, man.
I had to run.
So, Mayberry, you know the theme song, Mayberry. You share the name.
RB says, "Sorry, had to run. Meeting with fire chief. He's the mayor of the town, so he's got to go do his thing."
Yeah.
Firefighter injured in hospital, broken leg, smoke inhalation. So
no.
Duty calls. But yeah, let me send Lil Jay the link on my phone. Talk amongst yourselves right quick.
Well, yeah, I had a feeling when RB had to leave like he did, I knew something was going on in that town. So I was like, no, go. Because I mean, you're the freaking mayor, man. Yeah, you got to take care of the community. And,
wait, he's the mayor?
RB is the mayor of a I don't
the
know
colony.
if it's a town or city or township.
The colony is a suburb of North Dallas,
Yep.
a big one. There's the colony, Frisco, Plano, up in that
Yeah.
area.
It's up there by I forgot the name of the lake, but
Oh shit! I can't see it on my phone. God damn it!
Denton's on the other end.
I keep forgetting I can't see the live I'm on my phone until after it posts. So let me jump over here to
Okay.
my other
Do what you have
browser.
to do, or you can tell RB, get back to my stream. It's pinned at the top. Grab it.
Well, Little J's wanting it on his
Or
phone.
Little J. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, he's wanting it on his phone.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yep.
Well, we've had a lot of views already, but get shareable link. And now I have to get it to my phone. So let me go into mail.
Yeah.
I have to take all these steps. And then I will send myself an email.
Heck yeah.
I'm about to throw my computer. Yes, yes.
Don't you do it.
Don't do that.
Patient
That's
with
a lot of
it.
money.
No, that's the YouTube link. God
Be
damn.
patient with the computer.
Delete.
I can't believe I haven't drop kicked my desktop tower in the last 4 years.
Invite.
It's still sitting in the same place it has. There may be a dent in the case, but there is a dent in the case, and that happened about 3 years ago. But I'll look at it. I'm like, nope. I'll let you do your thing. You know what you're doing.
Let me get back in over here. Get this off my screen.
Chadia, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How do I hook up 3 monitors to my laptop?
Oh, yeah.
You probably can't. You need to get a HDMI converter.
No, he has to have the right graphics card. There's certain graphics cards that won't support more than one.
Yeah.
Or
I was
two.
gonna say something like that too.
Yeah, my desktop can handle on its graphics card 3 HDMI outs and 1 DVI out, so I can handle 4 on mine. I have 3 connected, but that's a desktop, and I did pay a lot more money for this tower with that graphics card.
Yeah, you gotta watch
because I was gaming at the time. And I'm like, I need the game. I need StreamYard. I need Twitch or YouTube over there. That was monitor everything.
So
Lysian's got some potato chips.
The TV that I hooked up to my laptop is connected to the only HDMI port in my laptop.
That's all you can do. You can only do 2. Yep. If you don't have if you had like a VGA connection, which is Bourbon knows what I'm talking about, but you haven't seen a laptop with VGA in about 8 years.
Well, I have 2 connections coming out of my work laptop. One's HDMI and the other one is a VGA.
Yeah.
And I can have 2 monitors plus my laptop screen.
Yeah.
And that's it. Because there's no, like, if you try to hook something else in, you don't have anything to support it.
All I know from my work is they said you can have your laptop monitor and a secondary monitor. That's all it can handle. I said that should be all I need for what I do.
I mean, this MacBook Pro I just bought will support 5 external monitors and USB-C, and 1 HDMI and 4 USB-C, but I wouldn't be able to plug anything else into it.
That's
like
where
I have like my Targets plugged in for the RJ45 network cable. I have the camera plugged in. I have my Rode wireless mic plugged in. I mean, at some point, I can't have any more mic because I don't have input left, unless I get a splitter. But splitters won't work for monitors.
Yep. Hey, little Jay, welcome back.
All right, I got it to you. It took me a minute, man, because I had to email it to myself and then have it on my phone and blah 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 blah. All right, so wow, I got quiet.
Yeah, you're good.
Man, Lil J comes back and everything goes like silent and shit. Say something.
Something.
Hey, Lissy Ann got pillows.
Got awful quiet.
Yeah, she does.
She got pillows.
Got off what?
She got pillows on.
I'll be right. Give me a second. I can't forget.
I'll have to check that out.
Yep. She's on here. She's right beside you, right there.
Got awful quiet.
She's right down there.
Yeah, I'm gonna put her up here, and I'm gonna put. Oh, she dropped
Oh.
off. Holy moly! What happened to Lissy? Damn it!
You scared her away.
That's what I was thinking.
I told her to be careful what she wished for.
She said her computer was getting ready to restart.
Oh
So-
yeah,
But
that's
she was
true.
on her phone at that time.
Okay.
I think she was trying to switch over. If she comes back, I'll
Let her up,
add her
bro.
back. I'll put her up here.
It happens.
I'm just paying my energy bill right now because the reminder came in. Hold on. Oh my god, they made this into a freaking nightmare.
Mm.
Well, they keep changing the layout of their website like every other month, and I'm like,
Yeah. I think it should be like this.
I hate it when you do that.
I'll just copy this over.
Sometimes they have good reasons. Sometimes they do not.
This company is not. They're just trying to f with people. Because there've been a lot of people over the years that say, "Well, this is too confusing for me to figure out how to pay my bill, so I
That
won't."
is all lopsided.
So
All right, Mayberry, have a good one.
Hey, Mayberry, have a good night. All right. I can show my camera. I don't know. I'm hiding. All right.
I think they're already gone, but hey, I said it.
No.
Probably sit by already.
Yeah, Kitty Purse says she'll be back.
All righty. We'll see you soon, sweetheart.
She is too. She is a sweetheart.
Successful. There you go. I paid it. Yay! My electricity stays on for at least one more month.
Yay!
Yay!
If you got a new job, man, you should.
I No, I know, but every month I pay that, and I just make that joke of, all right, I'm not losing my electricity this month. Same with the internet. I'm like, that stays on too.
Time to party.
Yeah, not really. That was not cheap. They're overcharging me. They're like, oh, well, we can read your meter from 15 feet away from the road. I'm like, I took a measuring tape. I'm 30 feet, so you're misreading. Well, no, we're accurate. I'm like, no, you're not. You haven't been accurate in the last 8 years.
See, John Ross is what pisses me off. You have the coolest hat in the world, but you also have a thick fucking head of hair.
Yep.
I have no hair left. Look, I'm balding all over, man.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's there.
Look at his hair. Look at it.
Oh, a little bit. Oh yeah, look at that. And that.
This
And
is true. I used to have hair down to my ass.
Yeah, I bet.
And
I
then-
have hair in my
There
ass.
you go, right there. Yeah, and then the beard, man, I love that. It's just like, whoop, yeah.
I
buddy.
used to have to move my hair so I could sit on the toilet.
Mm.
I'm sure nobody wants to hear that, but
I have
that's how
never ever combed my ass hair. I can tell you that. I've
Yeah.
never done that.
well, yeah.
So John Ross is a Yeti.
Yep. Oh wait, no,
That's a Chewbacca. That's a
That's a
Wookiee.
Chewbacca. You're right.
Yeah, that's a Wookiee. Yeah, but similar.
Same thing.
Same thing. One of them.
Cousins.
Yeah, they're cousins.
All right, I'll show you what a Yeti is. Here we go. Right. Oh, that's too big. Oh, it doesn't fit right anymore. Dang it! But here,
Oh,
you
that's
go.
me. That's me in the woods.
I believe that's a Yeti. Why is that not? Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on.
That's
Sorry.
me camping.
2 seconds. I'll get the right one up. That was
Hey.
original.
Jay, we've walked out of clubs like that before.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me at 3 in the morning.
Bam.
We're like, no, I'm serious, man. We come out of a club. We're like, hold it together, guys. Hold it together. No, we're normal, man. We're normal.
That's me at 3 in the morning.
There's your Yeti. I believe. Yeah, I've walked out of bars and felt like that. Oh. You said Yeti. I got that beer in my fridge right now from Grit Divine. I've got a few Yetis.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
That's me and Knob Noster.
I mean, but does that picture not look like some dude trying to walk straight to his car after the club?
At Knob
Mhm.
Noster.
I mean, that's what that looks like. Like,
I
oh
can't
man,
really
I
point
gotta-
right, but yeah, his keys are. He's holding his
Yeah.
keys right around here,
yeah,
Yeah.
and this is how he's keeping his
Right.
balance with this hand.
Yeah.
And he's just doing that whole.
yeah.
I love that. This beer, it's a good beer.
Oh man, I went out with this dude one night in Dallas. Like he was a part of our group, and we're like, "Hey," he's like, "Man, I'm gonna leave my car here." We're like, "Hey, make sure you lock it up, though," and all that. So he locks his car, and the next day we go to take him back to get his car, and he's like, "Where's my keys?" They were in the driver's seat of his car. He was going to make it so secure. He threw his keys in the driver's seat, locked his car, and shut it because he was so fucked up. He didn't realize he wouldn't be able to open it the next day.
Wow.
I mean, the thought process that went into that was like minimal.
Yeah.
You always take your keys out and throw them underneath the car.
Underneath the car, that's where you put them. No criminal's going to ever crawl on the ground.
Always in your pocket, and even if you're hammered, you get somewhere like you wake up the next day like, oh, freaking hungover. So
We were like, why did you put
and
them in the seat?
for me personally, I just like, okay, here's my phone, my wallet's there, my keys are here. Okay, we're good to go.
Because if a cop rolls up on you, he can't get you for drunken driving.
Not unless the keys in the ignition. Even with the keys in your pocket, you're sitting in your car. They can't get you.
They can't get you.
Basically, be in the ignition.
They can't in the ignition, in the car, nothing.
Yeah, but you know what they can get you for? They can get you for loitering in the parking lot. And that's where they pull you out, is because look, this isn't like this parking lot is private. You can't sleep here.
Right.
Around here, most organizations, if they say, and a cop comes around and sees someone, they'll talk to the organization. They'll say, if he's not trying to leave, we have him. He's right in the camera frame. He can stay there, sober up. We rather them sober up than you have to
That's a good.
Take them through the hell of a DUI,
right?
DWI. So it's just like, well,
I mean, I've seen
that
clubs,
person.
I've seen clubs get shut down because they would ticket cars that were left there overnight.
Yeah, my friend was a part of that situation at a bar up the road. God, this was 8 years ago or so. It's just a ballpark. His buddy was a bouncer at the bar that night. He was just like, kept buying the shot. My buddy's like, I'm done. I can't drive. You go get yourself a cab. I'm like, I go up that road right there. I'm in a neighborhood. I just have to keep myself balanced on the sidewalk and cross one road and get home. I got home just fine. I texted him the next morning. He said, yeah, my wife texted me early in the morning, like, where the hell are you? I let her know what was up and let her know you made it home okay. He's like, yeah, I'm driving home now. I'm hungover as hell, but I'm going to make it home. And that establishment basically said, if you're in your car's in your pocket, drunk, you need to sleep it off, sleep it off. I mean, we're going to allow you to do that in our parking lot.
I mean,
That's
the
a
big
great
ass
organization.
And I'm like, your club doesn't open till 5 p.m., right? Why do you care if someone parks in your parking lot? We're not hurting your business, As long as the car is gone before 5 or you're a customer again, who gives a shit?
Much love. Good to see you soon. Sorry, catching up on chat for you.
Oh, Kitty Fur is gonna stay in the chat.
Hits from the bomb, pick it, pack it, fire it on. Come
I'm telling you,
along,
Kitty
John
Fur-
Ross.
I did nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no smoke there. There's
Coming
no
off on the
smoke.
side saying, I didn't do shit.
No smoke.
It's from
I
the
don't see
fireplace, I
shit.
swear. It's on the other side. I mean, it's over here, I swear. Just messing with you. You're good. That's fun.
Kitty, we were gonna hook you up big time, and you bailed.
I'm just hoping somebody talks me on playing softball.
I tried.
All I'm gonna say is
I never played softball. I never played baseball. I was more of the lacrosse, football,
lacrosse
I
ball.
played soccer,
Wow.
but I never played baseball or softball. Like
I
in
will
honesty,
say-
I have played it, but
Little
know,
Jay, is this intramural? Is this just like through like a city or something, intramural softball, or maybe even just
Well,
just kind of rec?
I'm not going to play because obviously I'm way out of shape. I'm not going to play the A League because that's like the most competitive.
Yeah.
So and I don't want to choose the C League because that's like, way.
Then head up the B League.
Yeah. So
I mean, I was playing the C League,
and it's like way. I don't want to do that.
Just go out there, slap every freaking pitch over the fence, and walk around the base.
I came close to the fence. I came close to the fence once.
I don't want to do C League because that's going to be like way boring.
Yeah.
But I have to do B League. I have to.
I did C League, and there are only 2 times I got out, and they were both pop-ups to center fielder.
I have to do B.
Every other time I was on base through a walk or a hit. So that it was like a 6 game through the summer or whatever, 8 game, and I went I think I went like 40 for 42 or something like that.
All I was going to say,
you're the best hitter, and then out in the outfield, you would make stupid circus catches. You do realize this is rec league. I'm like, I'm out here to play ball, man. If I see a ball that I can try to get my glove out in the outfield, I'm going to die for it. And I don't care if I do a couple cartwheels. I will throw it back in a second with the out.
Yeah.
Because Cindy.
So let me say something.
Cindy, listen.
All right.
Because when I hung him up for good, that was it. Like that was it for me. Like that was the end all be all. Like I did play softball for 2 years after I got done playing baseball.
That was in the Air Force. That was intramural shit.
Yeah, that was some intramural shit that it was just for shits and giggles. But when I got done playing like that, and that was it. Like, but when I hung him up for good, I said, I'm no longer playing ball. That was it.
He used to, in intramural Air Force, he would just slap. Now, what I could do, I couldn't reach the fence with it, but I could pull left. And a foul, and 3 fouls in softball, you're out.
Yeah.
And I would pull left, and I would purposefully pull left and aim it and foul twice over here. And you'd see everybody shifting over.
Oh yeah, they make that.
And then I would hook one down the right field line that just bounced fair, and I would turn the double on that shit. But Lil Jay would stand up there with one fucking hand, the ball would come, and he'd go whack, and it would like put a fucking light out up there somewhere. And I mean, it was like insane.
The league I played in was stupid. If you were a male in intramural and the ball goes over the fence, that's not a home run. That is an out because you're a male and you're not supposed to hit over the fence. And that's why I left that league. I'm like, what kind of sexist freaking bullshit is that? And I played in a men's league. They had the same rule, and I did hit the ball over the fence. And umpire's like, out. No, you could. I was like, come on. The defense on the other end, all of them were like, let him have it, let him have it, let him have it. I'm 5 foot freaking 8, 130 pounds. I hit the ball 400 plus feet. They're like, let him have that home run. Umpire finally said, fine, I'll just mark it down as an inside the park home run. And that was like and that was dead center too. Like I remember I hit it, and by the time that ball, like the umpire saying "ow, ow, ow," I was running almost to second base, and I turned around so fast, like seriously, my glasses flew off. I couldn't see. The defense said, "We're going to allow him to have that home run." That was a hell of a hit. I still have that ball because someone in the defense went around and grabbed the ball and tossed it to me in the dugout. Like right after that half of the inning, said, "This is your ball. Take it home, man. Great home run."
All right.
Even after the game when we're shaking hands, because it's intramural, it's just having fun.
So I'm hooking Kitty Purrs up with Lil J down here.
You know what sucks, Chatty, is I got a couple friends that made the major leagues. That Richie Sexton. He made the major leagues, and and I have a couple buddies that actually got World Series rings.
I know someone through my mom's work. Her boss's son-in-law won got a World Series ring as a backup catcher for the Red Sox in 2014, and he's gone on. He's played in the Olympics, and
Yeah,
he's done. And
Yeah.
his excuse was, "I'm 34 years old. I have a World Series ring.
yeah. What now?
I've played in the Olympics. My first at bat in the Olympics, like the ingoing games to figure out where we're going to line up. His first at bat over the fence,
Right.
and he said, I was rounding the bases, and at that time, I knew I'm done. I'm going to follow my Boston Reds. He was at Yale University, and when he was drafted, the Red Sox said, "We'll pay for the rest of your education."
There you go.
So through his career, he was 99% in the minor leagues. He's doing online court and stuff in his career, for his field.
There you go.
At Yale University. Boston Red Sox paid it. It didn't matter if he was playing for Minnesota, Cleveland, Miami, the White Sox. It was covered by the Red Sox, and he knew last summer he was done after last season. And
there you go. I mean,
he notified the Cleveland Indians organization, like, I know there's a contract out there for me to play one more year in the minor league system. He said, I'm done. I've accomplished everything I wanted as a ball player. I have a World Series ring that I fluked into because the bullpen catcher got hurt. They called me up from AAA up there, from Pawtucket or whatever, up to Boston. He got his World Series ring. I've had it on my finger. That thing is great. Yeah. And then he has his Olympics gear from the Olympics.
That's
his
awesome.
Jersey and pants and everything he wore down to the socks. He's like, nope, I'm holding on to that for just me to remember. But he's like, dude, I'm done. I'm all done. I'm 34 years old. Like, I'm done as a catcher. I can't catch anymore, and no one wants me at first base.
All right. So, Kitty Purrs, what state are you in?
It's awesome. It's awesome, dude.
Yeah. So that's Ryan Lavarnway. If you look him up, you'll find him. And
dude, Ryan Lavarnway?
Yeah.
No kidding?
That's my mom's boss's son-in-law is Ryan Lavarnway. Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yep.
Holy cow, dude.
Yep. My mom is connected with Ryan through her boss. It's his son-in-law. He played at Yale and went with the Red Sox for a while, and they kind of moved around major league, minor league, all over. But yeah, man, yeah.
Well,
he played for Team Israel last year because he's Jewish, and
unfortunately, he's Red Sox.
Okay, Austin Riley
because I'm a huge
a baseball player.
Yeah, Austin Riley. He just got a ring he plays for the freaking fuck. I can't think of the name. Braves, Atlanta Braves.
Yep.
Austin Riley.
Yep.
He got a ring this time, World Series. He was like where our house was in my hometown. The Riley's house was the one not straight back behind it, but over to the side. Our backyards like cornered together, and Mike Riley and Marty Riley were the two guys over there, my age, type thing. We hung out growing up. It's one of their sons, Austin Riley is, and yeah, that's so. I think we all have like these 3-point connections to everything.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, like even. Not a Stanley Cup champion, but a former NHL player. My dad's good friends with Brian Bradley, who was a captain with the Lightning back when they started in '92 or so. My dad, last time I was out there, is like, man, I try to get a hold of Brian so we can hang out with Brian's, get a cup of coffee or, a burger or something with him. I was like, Brian, he's like, Brian Bradley. I was like, oh, man, I miss Brian Bradley, blah, blah, blah. I hope he's doing well. My dad's like, yeah, he's kicking ass. My dad, for many years, lived next door to Mr. Gruden, Jay and John Gruden's father. I met both John and Jay on many occasions in the 90s. My dad was neighbors with their father. So, yeah, when you're talking about these 3-point connections, dude, it is crazy.
So, Jay, have you ever hooked up with anybody in Ohio before?
What kind of question is that, dude?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking because I know you've hooked up with folks in every state.
Hey,
Jesus
Buster. Oh. Hey.
That's
Ooh,
a horror.
baby.
That's horrible.
Speaking of Ohio,
Dude, even John laughed at that.
Oh yeah. But I'm just asking. Lissy lives in Ohio.
Who?
Kitty Purrs.
Kitty
Oh.
Purrs. Ha. Joey Edibles just drove about 160 miles to watch his Cavaliers lose in Chicago.
Yeah.
Sucker.
Wait, the game can't be over.
The game, there's a minute 3 left. The Bulls are up by 10.
Hold on one second.
Minute
Hold
3
on one
left. The
second.
Bulls are up by 10. Okay.
All right, well,
He's got to grab something to drink.
hopefully he had fun. Whatever.
He sent me pictures and stuff, and yeah, he was having fun. Though I was talking trash to him. That's Joey Edibles is my brother, and he talks trash to me. I talk trash to him. He talks trash to everybody, just out of love.
No,
Jake
yeah, I
travels
get,
all the time.
Yeah, oh yeah. Joey Edibles comes in and just says blah 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 blah. I just look at it and laugh like, "Wow, Joey, that was a low blow, but funny." That's just who he is. He's a ball buster.
What the fuck?
You got a beer? Oh my God, man! Come on.
Sweeney Todd's on TV. Whatever.
I saw that once. I was just like, it's just another role for Johnny Depp.
Never gonna hurt you.
Yeah.
And then they killed the motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take advantage of the free preview that HBO and Cinemax are doing around here.
There you go. Heck yeah.
So I'm recording movies.
Okay.
I'm not really watching them, but I'm recording them. So when this free preview thing is over, I'll have other stuff to watch.
Well, hopefully it's because I know with Comcast, if you get the free preview and you record it after that free preview, it'll show it as unavailable to watch. If you want to watch this, contact us and get HBO or
Yeah, not for Verizon. I'll have them.
Okay, that's
when
awesome.
The free preview is over, I'll still have them.
I just have HBO Max.
I have HBO Max, and apparently, according to my mom, she's like, "You do realize Disney Plus still works?" I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, we have that.
I'm
We
like
have
still
Disney
paying
Plus.
for it. I'm like, fuck. All right, I'll just keep it going at this point. Whatever.
I'm still holding the grudge against Disney.
I have a lot of grudges against Disney. I'm a mascot of an evil corporation. That's
right.
Oh, what do you got there,
What?
Jay?
Well, basically, if Duke loses this game, I'm going to burn my neighbor's house down.
Somebody posted, it was funny tonight. Somebody is doing like a rock and roll, 210 nighter doing a rock and roll. And they're like, Chadio, did you vote? And I said, yeah, I vote. By the way, go Duke. So I might have just cursed Duke.
I'm just being real.
This isn't in the tournament yet. This is what the ACC or whatever.
Yeah, this is just
Who are they? Are they playing? Who? Are they, North Carolina?
No, Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Wow.
Chadio's in charge though. I'll get back into the other stuff when I get back.
Yeah.
I just hate my neighbor that much because he's just a douchebag.
Oh, he's a dookie douche.
No.
Okay.
I'm a dookie douche.
Okay. Well, my schools all suck because I support University of Colorado. They lost last night to Arizona. I'm a Florida fan, a Gators fan. They lost to I forgot who. And I'm a University at Buffalo fan, and they lost in the quarterfinals. I'm like, whatever. But then I woke up this morning and found out, oh, no, CU women's are kicking ass. They're going dancing. Same with Buffalo. I'm like, if I can get a first-round matchup.
You do realize, right, that I'm from, like, Buffalo.
Are you?
Yeah.
I got my master's degree through SUNY Buffalo, but all from Denver.
I'm from an hour south of Buffalo.
Okay. I did not know that. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I support the Bills, even though I've had like zero ties outside.
But I'm not a Bills fan. I'm a Broncos fan.
I'm in Denver. So, Broncos.
You're leaving.
Say Broncos.
Yeah, I'm a huge Broncos fan.
Ah, fuck. We'll only had to have her my Bucks, but I'm a huge Broncos. Oh, it's over there,
Dude.
It's good. I'm from Denver.
When Russell Wilson.
What do you? I'm indifferent. What do you think about that personally? Do you think I'm looking at it as okay? The Broncos are playoff bound this year, but how far? They need to get some more. They need to get some more veterans in there. Von Miller is basically pleading to get back on the defense. I want Von Miller back. We need Von Miller back as a leader in the locker room. He's older. Von Miller got a fucking sack in the Super Bowl.
No, but I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Reason being, the only reason that he produced when he was out there.
Welcome back, Jody.
All right.
The only reason that he produced when he was out there is because nobody paid attention to him because he was like the fourth best guy out there. But if he comes back to the Broncos, everybody's gonna pay attention to him because he's gonna be the
and he'll. Did you see his interview when he was leaving the Broncos practice facility after he was traded? The man was crying like a baby.
I get it.
And he hurts. He wants home in Denver. He knows he's not going to be number one. He understands his age.
I get it.
It's that locker room leadership the Broncos need with Von Miller. So we want Von back.
I get it, but again, like I said, he's not going to produce like he did when he was out there.
No. That's why I said he's a locker room leader. But on the field, he'll still do some good stuff. He'll still do.
If they bring him back, he's not going to produce like he did out there.
No. Everybody knows that with his age. But everybody knows that is a locker room leadership you want for a defense.
Well, yeah, but he also has to cover a position.
So and he will. He will. He'll do fine.
Well, and there's age and wisdom,
He'd be fine. I mean, he wants to come back. I know there's still a lot in the tank. There's a couple of years left in him. And if he comes back to Denver, does his like a 2-year contract here, he will.
He'd have to take a massive pay cut.
No, he's willing to. That's the thing. He's like, and he I don't remember what article or where I saw it, but he said,
"Give him a 1-year deal."
Willing to stay in Denver and take a huge pay cut.
Give him a 1-year
John
deal.
Elway didn't want to hear it, and he saw me as a pawn to trade, and that's what he did.
I mean, give him a 1-year deal on a huge pay cut.
And he'll sign it and come back here, and after that year, he'll sign 1 more year and say, "Okay, I'm done." Well, he'll know when he's done. He's done.
That's fine.
He just wants to come back here because
he knows
he still has Vaughn's glasses that are for unfortunate kids. That is still massive in the Denver area. That he's still helping these kids here in Denver get eyeglasses and all that stuff that they can't afford. Their family can't afford. He is still prominent here with that. He comes back and does like lectures and talks and stuff. So
take care, Kitty.
Yeah, good night, Kitty. All right, I'm done with football talk. What's next?
Sam just went live. Samantha Lee.
Oh, did she?
I'm looking over on Facebook. I'll see.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting for her to drop the link, and maybe we can go over and raid her if you're ready.
I mean, I'm trying to get hours, but I'm willing to support whoever. But
yeah.
I mean,
it's up to you, man. It's up to
drop links to me, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm looking on the group chat. I don't see. I don't see it on the group chat. No,
fucking Duke. Are you fucking kidding me? Down by 10?
Oh no.
My computer's running slow. I'm probably gonna have to restart.
All right.
I'll tell you what. Virginia Tech, they're playing exactly like they did against UNC.
Okay.
Great defense, great inside.
It's hard to beat the University of Northern Colorado. North Carolina. Sorry, I'm just messing around.
I'll tell you what, they're doing exactly like they did against North Carolina.
Yeah,
rebound, and they're playing exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're gonna see me on the news.
Forever to love.
That might not be a good thing.
What you gonna chunk up on the news?
Fucking neighbors.
Oh, you gonna burn the house down?
Yeah, these fucking annoying neighbors.
Yeah.
So who was the neighbor in Jamestown, New York, that had the like massive fucking snowmobile? And when he
Oh,
cranked
that's
it
where
up,
you're from. Is Jamestown, right?
it would like echo the trees and like shake limbs out. I mean, it was like,
Oh yeah, them.
wow. I mean, that thing was loud.
Yeah, them Dumases.
Yeah.
They were from France. Dumases.
Yeah.
Man, that snowmobile, it looked like something from freaking Transformers and shit.
Yeah. Fucking idiots.
Mm-mm.
All right, hey, I got.
Wait a minute. Somebody's got Sam and Cindy on in the background.
That's me.
Okay, you gonna head out?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I have to go deal with the fire. I need more wood, so means I have to go all the way to the barn and.
Oh, the damn barn, man! I hate having to go all the way to the barn.
Right.
26 degrees outside.
Damn.
Yeah.
So.
All right, man.
All right. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, man. Hey, anytime.
I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Good night. Cheers.
It's gonna take me a second to get out of here.
Yeah, I know.
I know how that
We're gonna
goes.
bow out gracefully. Hey.
Hey.
Hey! Aw, boom.
Heyo.
I
You want me to
am
kick
anything but grateful.
All right. I can kick you if you want me to.
Hey.
I got it.
All right. Okay.
Huh. Go on, get. Oh, I tell ya.
Go on,
Get
get
rid of my ex-wife, but
Go
he's
on and
finally
get.
gone. I'm just kidding, John. I love you, buddy.
What's
Go
that?
on and get.
Yeah, go on now. Get.
I said, oh, he's tougher to get rid of than my ex-wife, but he finally left. Good night, John. That's what I said. A little Rodney there.
Mm. No, I was trying to spark a little interest in Kitty Purse, but she had to leave. But
We're not kidding. Oh hell.
yeah, but see, you were talking sports and stuff, and she had to leave, and because I was asking all the tough questions, but I couldn't get a word in. So anyway,
I got a message from Kitty Purse.
yeah, we'll keep that little thing on the side there.
What?
Kitty Purse is in Ohio.
Northern Ohio. Northeast Ohio. That's all I'll say.
But anyway, enough of that. We'll stoke that up later, some other time.
Oh yeah.
Because she said, "Well, everyone take care," and that was at 10:16. That's 10:25.
Yeah.
What? I got to change the clocks. I ain't doing it now. Shit.
All my
shit
analog or clocks I have to change myself have been changed. That's why I'm looking at my clock up there. Like, no, it's not. And I look at my computer. I'm like, no, it is not.
Yeah.
Liar.
No, I only have like the stove and the microwave. That's about it. The rest of everything in the house is smart.
So I pick her up late at the airport. Who cares?
There you go. I have an analog clock right there between my entryway and my kitchen. I have my microwave, coffee maker, watch. Yes, I still have a analog watch that I love. And an analog clock in my upstairs bathroom. I already changed all that. I'm like, yeah, good to go.
So who are you picking up from the airport?
Kitty Purse.
No.
Oh, she's flying right now. Is that why she had to drop off?
Yeah.
Got done. Pick her up. Her and her daughter. Who cares? I might not even pick them up. Fuck it.
Be like, hey, I didn't know the time changed. Fuck,
Fuck, I don't even care.
The Nuggets are losing. Oh, it's
You know what?
over.
I might just break up with her and just fucking go to New York.
Yeah.
Actually,
You
I might just come your way. Just move.
Yeah, just move. Are
Yeah.
you in Chicago right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Bulls won by 10.
There's apartments for rent. I might just move your way.
Yeah, they're here. I mean, I'm not saying that there's a lack of bourbon or anything.
No, I can't drink that shit. That make me mean.
Well, we just got to funnel it. To you a little bit.
Meaner.
Or yeah, we have to give you an IV drip.
Yeah, meaner.
Yeah.
I'll drink the hell out of some beer.
Yeah, I do that too.
No, I'll drink the hell out of some beer.
Oh, I know. I used to. I had to back off a little bit, but I still cling to that night. Me, you, John, we each went to the Class 6. We bought a 30-pack, and that was on each, and that was on a Friday, and then Saturday
went back.
Well, now we bought them Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
Well, but we didn't drink them that night.
No.
I'm talking about the next day because we were playing video games. We were hanging out at John's house.
Yes.
We were doing like Madden football, and we went to that Thai place, and that was the day that we lost our shit. And we were telling them, "Oh, we want it Thai spicy.
Yeah, Thai spicy.
Thailand. Yeah, we can handle it all." And they're like, "No, you don't want Thai spicy." We're like, "No,
fat ass."
Yeah, we're like, "No, we want it Thai spicy." And so we were coming back, and I was in that red Ford pickup truck.
Yeah.
Maroon Ford pickup. You and I were in the front. You were in the passenger seat. I was driving.
And his fat ass is in the back.
In the back with that third door. And he was sitting back there, and he was hitting us on the shoulder. And he was like, roll the window down. I can't breathe. And it was because of the spicy coming out of that fucking bag of food.
I could smell him.
Yeah, we could smell it, but it wasn't burning our shit like it was him. And then we get back and we ate it. We ate all of it.
Oh,
and we were sitting there just burning, trying to eat this stuff. And we were swigging beer like crazy. And we had that 30-pack, 30-pack. We had 90 beer in what I call that baby coffin, the ice chest, that big ass ice chest in John's kitchen. And then we moved all the beer to my house because we hung out at my house that Saturday night. And at about 7 to 7:30, somewhere along in there, we looked at each other and were like, we're out of beer.
Probably.
And it was shocking because how could we drink between three of us? We drank 90 beer. So we go back to the Class 6 before it closed, had somebody sober drive us, and we bought 3 more 30-packs. And the next day we had maybe 20 beer left.
It was a problem.
I mean, that's the type of crap we used to do.
There's issues. We had issues.
Dang.
We had issues. We had lots of issues.
Yeah.
I mean, we drank so many.
Well, we had a chatio. We had a barbecue one time, and I remember. I'll never forget this. We had a barbecue, and I don't remember who was barbecuing, and somebody yelled snake.
Oh, that was out at what's her name's house. They had the farmhouse.
Yeah.
And they had the logs around the bonfire area.
Yeah. And somebody yelled snake. So I go running out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear I hear people yelling, no, don't. I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know who's yelling no. I don't give a shit at this point. But they were saying no.
Mm-hmm.
And I see the snake. And they're yelling no, don't, whatever. And I can see the snake. and I can see it,
Mm-hmm.
and I can see it coming at me. But I didn't know what to do. And I said, "Fuck it," and I just grabbed the son of a bitch. And they're like, so I bring it back, and they're like, "What the fuck? What is wrong with you? Do you know what the fuck this thing is?" Blah blah. No.
Mm-hmm.
And I no, and things fucking wiggling, blah blah blah. This and that. Do you know what the fuck this thing is? No. And I still to this day, and I don't know. They said it's some copperhead or some fucking
Oh wow.
bullshit.
He grabbed it though, right up behind the where you're supposed
The
to.
fucking head or some shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm fucking from New
He
York.
couldn't bite him. It was wiggling back and
Yeah,
forth.
fucking wiggling and fucking something. Do you know what the fuck this is? No.
I mean, it would have just made you really fucking sick. I mean, really. There's not many people die from a cough because if you had gotten bit, we would have taken you to the hospital and laughed our ass off at you. But you know, you would have made it.
But I'm also the guy that fucking at a party fucking drank fucking, I don't know what it was, 52 beers or some shit. Had his, because there's a hospital across the street. Had his stomach pumped, came back, and kept drinking.
I got room now.
Now I got more room.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're like, "You're a fucking idiot." And I'm like, "Well, I don't really know." Like,
Twisted is bad.
But
I don't think I'm gonna go live.
Oh, really?
All right.
Dumb
Yeah.
shit. That's the dumb shit we did.
I don't know. We're talking about our little stories from that we can barely remember, by the way, and we remember parts and pieces of them because
You know,
we were screwed.
Dumb shit.
Dumb shit. Jay grabbed a snake. Had no idea what it was. It was
Oh, the copperhead.
And then, the cat. You remember the cat? The barn cat? The agoraphobic barn cat that wouldn't go outside. I don't know. That was like weird. Anyway, but we'd go out to these folks' place and they had like 5 or 6 acres or something. They had a barn, they had the old house and a big bonfire spot.
Oh, and I gotta
can
go
hear
burn my
something
neighbor's
in the
house down.
It seems like this park is purchasable.
Down go Duke.
I don't know. I can hear something going on in the background.
Yeah, that's my son probably.
Oh,
That was he streaming?
No, he's just with friends on voice chat. Gaming.
But there were people who, and we were in the military, by the way. Well, and some of the dependents, they weren't in the military, but there were people out there who we watched like drop acid and shit out of this bohemian farm.
The base amount whenever you start a character is big.
Trip balls.
You can either spend those or you can literally just drop dead.
Basically idiots.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't advise that.
I only did it once. It was so tiny. It was a little bit.
Unstoppable. Let me get the description for that.
Fuck.
So what are we doing after this, guys?
I have no idea.
There is another live on.
Well, I checked.
I know
the
there
group
is.
chat and
I've asked for a link, and it's just.
I didn't see a link.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just Sam Lee and Cindy.
Yeah, I haven't seen a link either, actually.
So
No, I messaged her on Facebook, and it's just like. So I don't know.
My eyeball is only at 7. So if we want to go somewhere else, we can. I mean,
So I just taking the current points off your character. I will apply the plus 15 energy.
take 30 points off your character.
Pokemon, yay! Go! Just kidding.
He might be doing D&D stuff.
Yeah, sounds like
That
it.
sounds kind of like D&D, so I'm not like don't interrupt them because they're basically role playing hard right now.
Right, and they have to keep track of all the points and roll their little die and calculate everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, Sam did not post a link.
Oh boy, this.
Yeah,
this
I
one's-
know. It's weird.
So is it just
Oh,
her and
Red
Cindy
Pit?
hanging
Oh,
out?
Red
or
Pit's-
what?
I guess.
Mojo was up there for about 12 seconds.
Hmm.
So I don't get what's going on.
I don't either.
But I left a comment in there saying, "Hey, can you drop us a link?"
Okay.
And I messaged her privately, like, "Hey, we're wondering if we can come over from Bourbon Bounties." Nothing. So
What it does,
I don't know.
Yeah.
whenever you get
It's just her and Cindy.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Mike's in the picture, so.
Oh, well, okay.
I might possibly go live, but if I do, it might be like a late live.
All right.
I don't know. I'm going to go to bed tonight because I have to get ready to get up tomorrow. I may go on ahead and chunk this down, and I may just turn the tube on and fall asleep about midnight, which will be 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because I have to shoot my normal video tomorrow.
I gotcha. Yeah.
But
You do you?
my eyeball is single digits over here, so I think we're about ready to wrap this up.
Bonfire.
I gotcha. Yeah.
But anyway, Lil Jay,
What up?
thanks for jumping up, and Chatty-O, and Twisted, and all of that, and everyone who's left in the chat. I'm about to end this thing.
Good to see you guys.
Hey, good to see everybody. Love everybody.
Later, everyone.
Yeah.